Chapter 1019. They killed my people and humiliated my people. They must die. Those who save them will be punished as well. Do you want to die? Yi Qin looked straight at the Vatican's red-robed Archbishop Off. The terrifying killing intent made Off's heart tremble. He had no doubt that Yi Qin would really dare to kill him. However, who was Off? He was the Vatican's red-robed Archbishop. His status was only below the Pope, and countless believers treated him as a god. If he backed down today, not only would his influence in Europe plummet, even the Vatican would not tolerate him. Thinking to this point, he took a deep breath in and said with a grim expression, "Your Excellency, mad Southerny, perhaps you don't know who I am. I'm the Vatican's red-robed Archbishop Off. I hope that you'll do me a favor today. You're courting death." Yi Chen's eyes flashed as he lifted his right hand and pointed at the former. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth rumbled. A huge finger suddenly condensed in the air and charged at the former with a monstrous pressure. Off's expression changed drastically. A holy light staff suddenly appeared in his hand and blocked in front of him. "I don't care. The Vatican won't care about this anymore." He did not expect Yi Qin to dare to attack him after exposing his identity from the Vatican. After all, even the European countries were afraid of the existence of the Roman Curia. Rumble! The huge finger landed on Off's body with a whistling sound. The power seemed to shake the entire Turtle Mountain. Blood! Mist exploded in the air. Under everyone's gazes, red-robed Archbishop A.O. Pu's holy light staff crumbled with a loud bang. His body crumbled along with it, and even his soul was destroyed in this world. There was only the pungent smell of blood left in the air. Dead silence. The world was as silent as death. Many powerhouses from other countries watched this scene in fear. They felt like their minds were buzzing. Killing the red-robed archbishop was like killing a chicken. He even ignored the existence of the Vatican. Was this how domineering mad Southerny was in China? Yi Qin turned around and looked at the great divine priest divine Wood and the man in gold. Then he walked step by step. The great divine priest of divine Wood and the man in the golden robe of India who witnessed this scene were even more horrified. The two of them flew into the sky without even thinking about it. Clearly, they were scared out of their wits by Yi Qin and wanted to escape. However, as soon as the two of them rose into the air, two terrifying auras descended from the sky. At the same time, Patriarch Yellow Spring's voice rang out, "You two bastards, where do you think you're going? Get lost." Boom! The great divine Wood divine priest and the golden-robed man from India were smashed to the ground on the spot. Behind them, they watched in horror as several figures appeared in the sky. It was the Patriarch of Hell, Yi Wushuang Luotianya, and the others who had rushed over. The sudden arrival of these people once again caused the atmosphere at the scene to become oppressive to the extreme. For a moment, no one dared to speak. India's golden-clad man transformed into a giant lion and said in fear, "Mad Southerny, I'm a disciple of India's golden lion holy beast. You can't kill me." As soon as these words came out, many people revealed shocked expressions. Golden Lion King. That was India's #1 expert. It was said that the number of people in the world who could fight against him could be counted on 2 hands. Even the Pope of the Church had to address him as an equal. At that moment, a purple sword gleam slashed over and cut the man's body in half on the spot. A golden pearl flew out of his body. Yi Qin waved his right hand and grabbed him from afar, not giving him a chance to escape. He stretched out his hand and wiped away the man's consciousness completely. Then he tossed it to the Patriarch of Hell. "Take it and refine pills." The Patriarch of Hell took the soul pill from him with a smile and said, "This is good. It should be able to refine golden core spirit pills." The surroundings were dead silent. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the scene, their eyes filled with fear. Using the Beast King's soul pill to refine pills. Before this, no one dared to think that only Yi Qin could say such a domineering thing. Many people from other countries rejoiced when they thought to this point. They were glad that they did not target the Chinese in the beginning. The most typical example was the Buddhist bodhisattva from the Thai royal family. He knew very well that if he were like the few people before him, his relic would probably be used to refine pills. Yi Qin turned around and looked at the remaining great divine priest Shen Mu calmly. "Do you know why I left you until the end? I'll fight you to the death." The great divine priest Shenmu roared and charged at Yi Qin. "Long live the emperor!" His eyes were bloodshot and his mind was trembling. Then he burned his soul crazily in exchange for an increase in his power. "Emperor?" A hint of mockery appeared the corner of Yi Qin's lips. "A country that even the emperor is a mere figurehead. How dare you swear loyalty to the emperor?" With that, he reached out and grabbed the great divine priest Shinmu's neck. Then he forcefully crippled his cultivation base. He ignored the man's screams and extracted his soul and sealed it in the soul flag. The surroundings were dead silent, ever since Yi Qin appeared and killed the Beast King on Mount Olympus. He killed the great divine priest Shinmu and the Golden Lion King of India. It was done in practically an instant, but it completely stunned everyone and brought them extreme shock. Mad Southerny from China. That was Mad Southerny from China. Yi Qin turned around slightly and glanced at everyone calmly. He then said calmly, "Kill anyone who isn't Chinese within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was like thunder. It reverberated through every corner of the Turtle Mountain. As soon as he said that, everyone present was shocked at first, and then some were furious. Yi Qin's words were too overbearing. Turtle Mountain did not belong to China. Moreover, everyone was here to obtain the female corpse in the ice coffin. Why would Yi Qin chase them away? A werewolf stood out from the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency Mad Southerny, aren't you being too overbearing?" "So what?" Yi Qin said non-committally. "I've always been like this in my life. Those who don't submit to me are dead. You're indeed very powerful, but don't forget that you're still a human, not a god." The werewolf was furious and snorted coldly. "Everyone here today is a powerhouse from various countries. Do you dare to kill us all?" "Your Excellency Hall is right," another blood-breed prince said. "If you dare to kill us, it's equivalent to making the entire world your enemy. Not only will you not be able to bear it, even China behind you won't be able to bear it." As the two of them echoed each other, many people's eyes flickered. The werewolf was extremely pleased with himself as he said again, "Mad Southerny, if you know what's good for you." Whoosh! Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. Then he lowered his head with difficulty and looked at his pierced heart in disbelief. End of this chapter. Chapter 1020. Plop! The werewolf fell heavily to the ground and died on the spot. This sudden scene completely stunned everyone, and after a few seconds, the sky was filled with an uproar. Did Yi Qin really dare to kill all of them here? Wasn't he afraid of offending the Western countries? Who do I want to kill? Since when do I need to consider the international impact? If the international community doesn't submit to me, I'll slaughter all of you. Yi Qin retracted his sword slowly and said coldly. His voice was like thunder that shook the 9 heavens. "If you defy the heavens, you can survive. If you defy me, there's no way you can survive. Kill." Luo Tinya took a step forward, and the cultivation base in his body erupted as he charged at the Blood clan member. Let's go, let's go. Mad Southerny is crazy. He really dares to kill us." No one knew who screamed, but it caused extreme panic. Countless people scrambled to escape in all directions. The Patriarch of Hell grinned strangely. "Do we need to kill all of them here?" "Forget it. Let them go." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. He was not afraid of offending the countries, but some of them had nothing to do with him. Within a few breaths of time, the hundreds of people present had run away. They were afraid that Yi Qin would really kill. Wow, Palace Master, you're amazing. Lin Wan, who had been stunned, finally reacted. She jogged to Yi Chen's side and looked at him while panting with a red face. Her gentle and beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Subsequently, she grabbed Yi Chen's arm with both hands without saying anything and said pitifully, "Palace Master, can you teach me cultivation?" Yi Chen could not help but force a smile when he felt the softness on his arm. He wanted to push her away. At that moment, the Patriarch of Hell squeezed over and stood between the two of them. He said with a cheeky smile, "Little girl, I'm more powerful. Do you want to give it a try?" "You're more powerful?" Lin Wan was slightly stunned. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at him. "You're more powerful than the Palace Master?" "I'm more experienced than him, so of course I'm more powerful." The Patriarch of Hell's lecherous gaze kept wandering around her body. The little girl was confused. More experience than the Palace Master? Combat experience? If that was the case, then why was the Palace Master's reputation greater than his? Seeing that the Patriarch's old habit was acting up again, Yi Chen coughed immediately. "Patriarch, don't you think you're a beast bullying a little girl at your age? Age isn't a problem, gender isn't a problem, and race isn't even a problem," the Grand Elder said indifferently. "All right, let's get down to business." Yi Chen interrupted him and lifted his head to look at Li Ying next to him. "Where's the female corpse in the ice coffin?" "Palace Master, there's something you don't know." Li Ying paused for a moment before telling the whole story. It turned out that when the oracle from Mount Olympus came to Turtle Mountain and fought with the old tortoise was injured and escaped with the female corpse in the ice coffin. The Patriarch of Yellow Spring put away the cynical look on his face and said, "Fellow Taoisti, that God's Messenger's cultivation base is at least at the sage realm. If the late golden core stage corresponded to the sage-to-be, then the early nascent soul stage corresponded to the sage. He was only at the perfected golden core stage at the moment. If he were to fight the God's Messenger and the old tortoise, it would be hard to say. There's something I don't understand. Since the God's Messenger was able to injure the old tortoise, it can be seen that his strength isn't something ordinary saints can compare to." Yi Chen frowned and said, "But if that's the case, why did he go back? After all, the female corpse in the ice coffin hasn't been found yet." Li Ying thought about it and suddenly said, "By the way, the God's Messenger seemed to be injured too, but he wasn't injured by the old tortoise." "Then why?" Yi Chen and the Patriarch of Yellow Spring spoke at the same time. "I don't know either." Li Ying shook her head and said in a daze. At that time, the God's Messenger charged into Turtle Mountain and fought with the old tortoise. Then we saw a white beam of light shooting into the sky. Then the God's Messenger went back. "Palace Master, I saw it too. That beam of light seemed to have appeared from where the female corpse in the ice coffin landed," Lin Wan recalled. Yi Chen said decisively, "Bring me there to take a look." In the hinterland of Turtle Mountain, a lake that was 300 meters wide stood in the center. However, there was no water in the man-made lake at the moment, as if it had dried up. Li Ying led Yi Chen to the lake and pointed at it before her. "Palace Master, it's here." Yi Chen lifted his head and looked over. He saw that the lake before him had already dried up. The bottom was still filled with scorched earth. Even the ground under his feet was red. "Zombie." The Patriarch of Yellow Spring also noticed this and could not help but say, "Could it be that the female corpse has already become the body of a drought demon, and that's why the land is red?" "No." Yi Chen shook his head and said, "It seems like the temperature was too high after the ice coffin descended. That's why all the water in this lake evaporated. If it's a zombie, why isn't there any corpse energy?" At this point, his eyes flickered. "If I'm not mistaken, there were many animals living in this lake, such as tortoises. I understand now. In other words, that old tortoise's strength increased because of the female corpse in the ice coffin." The patriarch of Yellow Spring immediately came to a realization and said with great interest, "Looks like there are many secrets on that female corpse in the ice coffin. Palace master, where are we going to find her now?" Li Ying said with a frown. At this moment, a layer of soil 3,000 meters away suddenly trembled a few times. Then, a red tortoise's head popped out. The tortoise took a look around and retracted its head immediately when it saw Yi Chen and the rest from afar. How could that escape Yi Chen's patriarch of Yellow Spring's divine consciousness? The two of them looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. At the next moment, the two of them leaped onto the wet ground. The patriarch of Yellow Spring was surprised. Formation? No, it should be a spatial magic treasure. Yi Chen touched the ground lightly with his hand and felt the water's spiritual energy in the wet soil. He could not help but laugh and say, "Interesting. I almost fooled the two of us." Thinking to this point, he could not help but say slowly, "Fellow, we have no ill intentions towards you. We're only here for the female corpse in the ice coffin. Please show yourself." Rumble. Subsequently, under Li Ying and Lin Wan's incredulous gazes, the ground they were standing on began to shake violently. The shaking was getting stronger and stronger, as if something was leaving the ground. Yi Chen waved his sleeve and swept the two women into the air. He looked down at the ground from above. A blue water ball broke out of the ground. The water ball was about 300 meters wide, and one could vaguely see flowing river water and houses inside. From afar, it looked like a city on water. As a hole appeared on the water ball, a flight of stairs condensed from water appeared. An old man carrying a tortoise shell on his back walked out shakily and said politely, "Your Excellency, Mad Southern Yi, my ancestor invites you in. P.S. There are only 2 chapters left today. I went to practice driving and came back very late. I don't have enough time to write much. Please forgive me. I'll update as much as I can." End of this chapter. Chapter 10:21. In the hinterland of Turtle Mountain. As the gigantic blue water ball appeared, Li Ying and Lin Wan were completely stunned. To them, the gigantic water ball before them was a gift from the heavens. The rivers and ancient palaces inside were like a paradise on earth. Yi Chen glanced at the shelled old man who walked out of the water ball. He was about to walk over with a faint smile. Li Ying reminded him immediately, "Palace master, be careful." She knew very well that the old turtle's combat strength was terrifying. Even the god's messenger on Mount Olympus could not kill it. Now that Yi Chen was here for the female corpse in the ice coffin, he took the initiative to invite Yi Chen in instead. He was probably up to no good. "Don't worry." Yi Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. He took a step out and led everyone into the gigantic blue water ball. What greeted everyone's eyes was a huge underwater world. Fish were swimming, corals were green, and there were beautiful buildings. It was indeed a paradise in the water. The shelled old turtle eventually led the group to an ancient palace. There were many turtles wandering outside the palace, looking at them in respect. The shelled old man chased the turtles away and bowed slightly. "Your Excellency, Mad Southern Yi, my ancestor only wants to see you." After saying that, he glanced at the patriarch of Hell, Li Ying, and the rest with a troubled expression. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. "What, are you looking down on me?" the patriarch of Hell said in annoyance. The shelled old man was sweating profusely, and no. "Just wait for me outside," Yi Chen said and pushed open the palace's door. He lifted his feet and walked in. The palace was not big, and there were many black, tortoise, golden pillars. There was a lake at the end of the hall. The lake was emitting intense heat as if the lake was boiling. There was a small island in the middle of the lake. At that moment, there was an old purple turtle that was about 3 meters long on the island. The old turtle's neck was stretched out. It was motionless and had no aura at all, as if it was dead. If one took a closer look, they would notice that there were many cracks on its shell. At that moment, An extremely old voice came from its mouth. Immortal Yi, you're here. I can't welcome you due to my severe injuries. Please forgive me. Yi Chen was not bothered. He took a step forward and landed on the small island. Subsequently, he realized that the entire island was extremely hot. It was like a rock in magma. His eyes flickered a few times, and then he suddenly said, "You are using the magma under this island to heal your injuries?" "Yes, Immortal Yi." The old tortoise looked up with difficulty and spoke in human language. "I was injured by the wand of the Oracle of Mount Olympus. Divine power entered my body, and my internal organs are like ice. I can only feel better with the help of this heat." Reaching there, he continued, "I'm the spirit turtle saint. I've been cultivating here for 1,300 years." His Mandarin was very clear, and there was even a hint of a Minnan accent mixed in. It was as if he was a native of Minnan. "You've lived in China before?" Yi Chen was surprised. Old Tortoise smiled faintly. "You may not know this, Immortal Yi, but I've been living in Huan Nation since 1,300 years ago. Later on, due to the great changes in the world and the disaster that it brought, I had no choice but to move here with my descendants. 1,300 years ago. That was around the Tang Dynasty." Yi Chen nodded lightly and changed the topic. "Since you know that I'm here for the female corpse in the ice coffin, why did you let me in?" At this point, he looked at the injuries on his body with a faint smile. "You have to know that you can't resist me at all, because I know that even if I don't let you in, you'll fight your way in." The old tortoise looked around and sighed softly. "This magic treasure of mine can't withstand Immortal Ye's divine might. Since that's the case, why should I resist stubbornly?" He had also seen the scene of Yi Chen killing in the outside world earlier. Coupled with the fact that he was severely injured, he had no intention of resisting at all. "You're quite sensible." He then went straight to the point. "Give me the female corpse in the ice coffin. I believe you know that even if I don't do anything, you won't be able to protect her." He was telling the truth. A single oracle from Mount Olympus could injure him, let alone the Vatican and other saints. "I know that. Please follow me, Immortal Yi." The old tortoise nodded slightly and turned around with difficulty. He crawled toward the center of the island. He crawled very slowly, so slowly that people wanted to carry him. Yi Chen followed him patiently and did not rush him. Over 10 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the center of the island. An extreme heat assaulted his face. Under such heat, it seemed like the entire island was about to melt. Even the magic treasure space was distorted. In the distance, there was a transparent coffin that seemed to be made of crystal standing there quietly. The coffin was covered in cold air, but there was still heat coming from it. A woman in white lay in the coffin. The woman's hands fell in front of her chest. She wore a phoenix crown and a red cape. Her facial features were beautiful, and her skin was like jade. However, there was a hint of redness mixed with it, just like a lychee. She was peerless. The old tortoise knelt respectfully in front of the ice coffin and kowtowed to the female corpse in the coffin a few times. Yi Chen took a step forward and placed his hand on the coffin lid by instinct. Unexpectedly, there was a series of sizzling sounds as soon as his hand touched the coffin lid. Then, two completely different forces invaded his body, destroying his limbs and bones in a frenzy. What domineering yang energy and cold energy! Shock flashed through Yi Chen's eyes after he dissolved the two forces. Cold and heat intersect. You actually know how to use yin and yang energy to protect yourself. Since ancient times, after a person died, there was a time limit for the corpse to stay fresh. No matter how powerful a person was when they were alive, they could at most maintain a golden body that did not rot. This coffin is extraordinary. There are yin and yang energy alternating on it. Even I can't withstand these two extreme energies, the old tortoise said confidently. Yi Chen looked around the transparent coffin and said, while deep in thought, "Did anything happen after she descended?" "Yes." The old tortoise immediately said, after the Moon Palace's lady descended, the spiritual energy in our Turtle Mountain increased exponentially. Our spiritual essence was like a flood, and there was even a trace of spiritual opportunity. He said with mixed feelings, I made use of this opportunity to become a saint. As the saying went, disaster was a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. He became a saint because of the arrival of the ice coffin. At the same time, it also brought Turtle Mountain to the attention of the entire world, resulting in today's ending. That's interesting. Yi Chen nodded with interest. Subsequently, he flicked his finger and a medicinal pill shot at the old tortoise. I'll take this coffin away. Take this pill as your reward. It can help you recover from your injuries. After I leave, you can announce to the public that I took it away. That way, your Turtle Mountain might be spared. End of chapter. Chapter 10:22. On November 12, 2019, China's Mad Southern arrived at Myanmar's Turtle Mountain. First, he killed the Mount Olympus Beast King, Percy. Then, he killed the church's red-robed Archbishop Oppo. After that, he killed the Japanese divine Wood Great Priest and the disciple of the Indian Golden Lion King, Walker. The female corpse in the ice coffin finally fell into his hands. When the news got out, the whole world was in an uproar. The country that was the most shocked and excited was none other than China. Oh my God, Mad Southern Yi actually did this. One must know that the few people who died in his hands were powerhouses of the current era, as expected of the number one person in China. Previously, those foreign grandsons were still clamoring on the internet. Now, Mad Southern Yi has killed many of their powerhouses as soon as he attacked. On this day, countless Chinese people laughed and beamed with joy. They felt extremely carefree. Who knew how many foreign experts had been provoking them previously, which made them sullen for a long time, and they were very angry. On the other hand, Yi Chen's action not only helped them vent their anger, but he also announced the power of the Chinese cultivation world once again. Good kill, good kill. Now I want to see if those bastards still have their previous sense of superiority. Ha ha ha, I think many Western Beast Kings are scared to death, especially the one who provoked Mad Southern Yi on the internet last time. He's really invincible. Mad Southern Yi's series of actions is enough to intimidate the Western countries. Let's see if they still dare to look down on us. Compared to the uproar in China, the countries including Japan and India were silent. Yi Chen's massacre of the beasts in China and the 10 blessed grotto heavens was limited to China. To him, it was just an internal conflict. However, the people who died in Yi Chen's hands were all powerhouses from various countries. There was no lack of Mount Olympus, the Vatican, and even Japan and India. Yi Chen's action was no different from looking down on the countries, sacred grounds, and secret zones. It was no different from declaring war on the world. In an extremely ancient palace in India, several high-ranking officials of India were waiting patiently outside the door, as if they were waiting to pay their respects to an extremely honorable person. After a while, a woman in a holy robe gently opened the door and looked at the people outside expressionlessly. The Beast King only has one thing to say. China must give an explanation for Senior Brother Walker's death. Otherwise, he doesn't mind staining China with blood. Yes, the people outside the door were shocked. No one dared to object. In Japan, inside a shrine shrouded in black fog, countless white-robed yin-yang masters prostrated respectfully on the ground, their faces filled with fear and trepidation. At this moment, incomparably sorrowful cries could be heard. When the crying stopped, an extremely cold voice resounded in everyone's mind. Within 3 days, I want to see 49 Chinese girls buried here with my big brother. Rome, Vatican City, Holy See. A white-haired old man dressed in a royal robe stood in the church, facing the cross and holding the Bible in his hand. He seemed to be praying. The heretics have appeared. Lord, please give your most loyal servant instructions. At the top of the hall, Above the crucifixion of Jesus, a ray of holy light slowly bloomed, as if it was guiding them. "My Lord, your most loyal servant understands." The white-haired old man slowly put down the Bible and turned to the people kneeling behind him. "Louis, Schiller, Oliver, please follow the guidance of the Lord. In the name of God the Father, lead the knights to the east and kill the heretics. My Lord is merciful." The 3 red-robed archbishops answered and stood up. Greece, Mount Olympus, a god bathed in divine light walked out of the holy mountain. Divine light floated in the world. Anyone who blasphemes the gods will go to hell. Tiananmen, China, star group. In an intricate laboratory, an ice coffin was placed on an intricate instrument. Soon, a woman wearing a mask and gloves walked to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, thank you for your cooperation. We're done with the test. What's the result?" Yi Chen smiled wryly. The person in front of him and the people she brought were from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They strongly requested to study the female corpse in the ice coffin, so they had been working on it until now. The woman took off her mask and revealed a delicate face. "Unfortunately, we used the world's top technology, but we couldn't open the coffin lid. I hope Mr. Yi can keep this item well." She bowed to Yi Chen after saying that. She sorted out the data and left the laboratory with her team. Yi Chen smiled lightly. In reality, he had already guessed this outcome. Subsequently, he walked to the ice coffin and quietly sized up the woman in the coffin. He secretly sensed if there were any signs of life fluctuations in her body. As an impatient voice sounded in the air, the patriarch of Hell's figure appeared like a ghost. "Fellow Yi, how is it?" "They didn't find anything." Yi Chen chuckled softly. Then he placed his hand on the coffin lid, ignoring the yin and yang energies invasion. "Looks like I'll have to use my own method." As he exerted force with his arm, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed from the transparent coffin lid. The power made Yi Chen's expression change. What powerful nuclear radiation! The patriarch of Hell's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly raised his hand and set up a barrier to prevent the nuclear radiation from spreading to ordinary people. "This radiation is enough to destroy a county." Yi Chen was shocked as well. He mumbled, "Looks like this coffin lid contains terrifying nuclear radiation." "Ka-ka!" With a crisp sound, the coffin lid was finally opened, and the woman in the coffin was completely exposed to the air. "Fellow Yi, look." The patriarch of Hell looked at the woman in the coffin in shock. After coming into contact with the air, the skin on her face quickly turned red. In the end, she was no different from a living person. The only difference was that the heart in her body was still motionless. Even her breathing was stagnant. Yi Chen squinted and said, "This woman is clearly dead. There's no vitality in her body at all. Why are there signs of resurrection?" The patriarch stretched out his hand and placed it between her eyebrows. He closed his eyes and sensed it. Then he opened his eyes and said, "Her soul has already dissipated. Even a god can't resurrect her." Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times. Then he extended his hand. His thumbnail grew, and he gently scratched the female corpse's wrist. Sizzle, sizzle, with a burst of flames, the female corpse's wrist did not show any signs of injury at all. It seemed to be extremely hard. The patriarch of Hell was shocked. What a powerful body! With Yi Chen's current strength and body, even the hardest diamond was like tofu to him. However, the female corpse did not show any signs of injury. Thinking to this point, the patriarch reached out and grabbed the female corpse's wrist. He clicked his tongue in wonder, so soft, so smooth. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:23. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. It was a normal sentence, but it sounded dirty and lewd when he said it. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the patriarch's hands starting to get naughty. "All right, enough is enough." Yi Chen interrupted him and said while frowning, "This girl must have been extraordinary in the past. If you act rashly now and she really comes back to life, it'll be equivalent to getting yourself killed. What should we do with this girl, then? The Patriarch of Hell smiled awkwardly and finally became obedient. Just when Yi Chen was about to speak, his phone rang. After he picked it up, Li Ying's voice came from the phone. "Palace Master, something big has happened. Old Wang wants you to come over." "All right, I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, he took one last look at the female corpse in the ice coffin and said, "Leave it here for now. Come with me now." "I don't want to go." "You go by yourself." The Patriarch of Hell rolled his eyes and shook his head like a rattle drum. Yi Chen did not care if he was willing or not. He grabbed his hand and brought him out forcefully. He then lifted his hand to set up a barrier. Not long after he left, a timid voice sounded from outside the corridor. "Xiaohei, are you sure Daddy is here?" Outside the corridor, Meng Meng and a young man in black clothes walked toward the laboratory. The little girl widened her eyes and looked around curiously. She called out as she walked, "Daddy, I sensed Master's aura earlier, but it seems to be gone now." Xiaohei scratched his head a little slow. The little girl stopped in her tracks and looked at the door of the laboratory. She looked at the word laboratory and said in a crisp voice, "Lab." "Xiaohei, what's a laboratory?" The little girl was a little confused. Xiaohei shook his head and said in a low voice, "I don't know either." The little girl slapped her head and rolled her black eyes. "I'm so stupid. Won't you know once you go in and take a look?" "Xiaohei, open it for me." Upon hearing that, Xiaohei went forward and extended his hand to the lock of the laboratory door without saying anything. To him, this kind of lock could be broken with a little force. However, as soon as his hand touched it, he felt a huge force attacking him, causing him to take a few steps back uncontrollably. "Young mistress, there's a barrier." "Barrier? What is a barrier?" The little fellow was getting more and more confused. She imitated Little Black's actions and reached for the lock. Little Black's expression changed, and he subconsciously wanted to stop them, but the scene that appeared in the next moment stunned him. After the little fellow's hand came into contact with the lock, spirit power rushed over. The little fellow seemed to be a little flustered. He closed his eyes subconsciously, and his chubby little hands subconsciously formed a hand seal. Clang! The barrier was broken, and the door was wide open. Blackie was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. The little guy opened his eyes and saw that the door was already open. He was also a little confused. How did it open? Xiaohei stared at her, dumbfounded. Could this be talent? Does Miss have talent in formations? Otherwise, how could he have broken through the barrier so carelessly? "Let's go in and take a look." The little guy could not hold back his curiosity and walked into the laboratory. Blackie was worried and hurriedly followed. The laboratory was filled with all kinds of equipment. Even an uncultured person would be stunned when he entered, let alone a 5-year-old little fellow. The little fellow could not close her eyes for a while. Sometimes she touched this, sometimes she touched that. In the end, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Blackie, what is that?" Blackie followed her gaze and saw an ice coffin in the distance. There was a woman lying in the ice coffin. "Why is there a sister sleeping in there?" The little fellow became more and more curious. He could not help but walk over and looked at the woman in the coffin. "Sister, my name is Yi Meng Meng. Why are you sleeping here?" However, the woman in the coffin did not move at all. "Sister, aren't you cold sleeping here? Are you sick?" The little fellow muttered. It seemed that she wanted to put her hand in, but she was too tall to reach it. She could not help but turn around and say, "Stupid Blackie, I want a hug." Only then did Blackie react. He picked her up and looked at the woman in the coffin up close. "Sister, what's your name?" "Sister, why aren't you talking?" The little fellow chattered nonstop, but the woman in the coffin did not respond. In the end, the little fellow directly stretched out his hand and pried open the woman's mouth. "Sister, you," the moment the woman opened her mouth. A black bead immediately shot out from her mouth and directly entered the little fellow's mouth. Dragon King Palace headquarters. The Japanese captured more than 50 Chinese women just to take revenge on me? The royal family of India has sent troops to our borders. And you want us to give you an explanation? The Vatican has sent 3 red-robed archbishops who are comparable to Sage to be and the Knights Vanguard to China. Also, a god has appeared on Mount Olympus, leading many beast kings to come after me. Yi Chen seemed to be smirking as he looked at the report in his hand. Meanwhile, Li Ying and Old Wang before him looked extremely serious. Palace Master, that's not all. Li Ying took a deep breath and said, according to the latest news, India's royal family received the orders of the Beast King. India's royal family joined forces with the surrounding countries to capture many of us. There's also the god of the Seuss Fire God sect, the Beast King of the Dark Wolf clan, the Warhounds Giant of Africa, the Blood Tribes Devil Feast Alliance in Northern Europe. Old Wang sighed softly. Nearly 30 people from secret realms and holy lands have joined forces to ask China to hand you over. It can be said that you've become the world's public enemy. Yi Chen did not mind. He looked at him calmly. So, what do you plan to do with me, Old Wang? Hand me over? What are you talking about, kid? Old Master Wang glared at him angrily and scolded. If it weren't for you, more people would have died in Myanmar. Not only are you innocent, but you've also contributed to the country. How can we abandon you? At this point, he smirked coldly. India, Japan, and Mount Olympus are really shameless. They're targeting our people. It's fine if our country doesn't give them an explanation, but they're actually blaming us. Palace Master, before you came, 1 million troops had already rushed to the front line through your Sumeru flag. At the same time, among the 300,000 Chinese cultivators and 1 million mutants, 180,000 have already reached the border. Li Ying looked at Yi Chen with a burning gaze. In other words, it's up to you whether you want to fight or negotiate this battle. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Chen was shocked. No matter how shrewd he was shocked. Why are the Chinese cultivators there too? This is China. Old Wang's emotions fluctuated, and his words were sonorous. China is not afraid of war, and our Chinese martial artists dare to fight and die. End of this chapter. Chapter 1024. As Old Wang's sonorous voice fell, he was like a sharp arrow that was about to be unsheathed. At that moment, he was like a sharp arrow that was about to be unsheathed. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and his body was filled with an iron-blooded, murderous aura. Yi Chen was moved. He had never thought that China would make such a choice for him alone. He had never thought that the Chinese cultivation world would be moved by him alone. This was trust and importance. Such treatment could be considered an honor. This kind of feeling gradually set off ripples in his calm heart, and he was somewhat touched. China isn't afraid of war, huh? A Chinese martial artist dares to fight and die. The blood in Yi Chen's heart was boiling. He stood up and suddenly bowed to Old Wang solemnly. How can I bear to implicate China when China brought me here? I can't bear to implicate my millions of soldiers. He took a deep breath in and said slowly, these people are here for me alone. I naturally won't let the country interfere. Moreover, the matters of the cultivation world should be resolved in the way of cultivators. You. Old Wang was furious. Li Ying was also stunned. She thought she had heard wrong. Those were more than 30 secret realms and holy lands. Almost all the top powerhouses in the world were gathered there. Such power was enough to sweep through any country. However, Yi Chen was going to face them alone. Yi Chen smiled lightly when he met their gazes. I've long wanted to get rid of these venomous snakes that are spying on China. Now they've given me a chance. I know you guys might think that I'm crazy or that I'm overestimating myself. Lightning surged in his eyes. These people are bullying China for not having a holy land. However, I've already prepared a great gift for them. What gift? Old Wang was confused. Yi Chen spat out 3 words. Kunlun ruins. Before the two of them could react, he walked to the window step by step with his hands behind his back. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. This time I'm going to reenact the war between the East and the West 500 years ago. I'm going to restore the glory of the great Han dynasty. I'm going to make the barbarians bow down to me, and all the countries come to me. Elder Wang and Li Ying stared at him in a daze. They could only feel their hearts tremble, clearly shocked by his crazy idea. At that moment, a ray of sunlight shone in through the window. It happened to shine on Yi Qin. From afar, he looked like a god bathed in divine light. Old Wang, spread my words. Tell them that I'll be waiting for their arrival in China tomorrow morning. Yi Qin turned around and left after saying that. Only the two of them remained in a daze for a long time. Not long after, an extremely explosive piece of news spread throughout the world. Mad Southern Yi from China will fight a group of heroes in the Chinese Sea tomorrow morning. When the news came out, the entire world was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded by this news, and their first reaction was disbelief. After all, it was too shocking. However, at that moment, Star Group issued a statement. Tomorrow morning, if anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to come and accept your death. I, Mad Southern Yi, am not afraid of battle. Boom! This piece of news was like a thunderclap that shook the heavens and the earth, and it swept through the entire world, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble. Crazy, crazy! The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Mad Southern Yi was planning to fight the entire world by himself. What else could he be if he was not crazy? Almost at that moment, it seemed that Japan, India, Mount Olympus, and the Vatican had all expressed that they would arrive on time. To put it simply, killing intents almost enveloped the entire world, causing the entire world to sink into a tense atmosphere. I, Mad Southern Yi, am not afraid of battle. The Black Flood Dragon King from the Water Dragon Palace was the first to express his stance. I'm also a Chinese Demon King. How can I sit back and watch as foreign invaders run rampant? Tomorrow, the entire Water Dragon Palace will definitely arrive at the Chinese Sea. The sky-roaming Dragon King had a pivotal position among the mutated beasts. Coupled with the fact that he had been subdued by Yi Qin, he was naturally the first to support Yi Qin. As he spoke, many Demon Kings who had survived Yi Qin's suppression earlier expressed their stance. The Demon King from Great Rock Ridge followed closely behind and stood out. Great Rock Ridge is not afraid of battle. We, the Northeast Five Immortals, are also not afraid of battle. In the depths of the Northeast Forest, the Five Immortals, Hu, Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui, shook the Northeast. The Jingyang Ridge Tiger Clan is not afraid of battle either. In an instant, many Chinese Demon Kings expressed their stance. The master of Shixian Mountain Grotto Heaven stood out and said, Even a mere demonic beast knows what China's honor is, let alone humans. My Shixian Mountain Grotto Heaven dares to fight and die. My Crimson Mountain dares to fight and die too. The master of Crimson Mountain Grotto Heaven swept his sword across the sky and appeared domineeringly. And me, Ju Chu Mountain. And me, Lin Wu Mountain. On the human side, the remaining 4 Grotto Heavens were not willing to fall behind either. Their killing intent soared into the sky. The Inhumans Association hereby declares that any Inhumans registered with the Inhumans Association can head to the Chinese Sea tomorrow as long as they have a little bit of courage. The Inhumans Association's president roared, Those without courage don't have to go, as long as you collect our corpses after the battle. Boom! It was as if such a scene had appeared all over China. It was as if a violent storm had swept across. Everyone was moving because of Yi Qin. Western Expedition, trample the Helan Mountains. Western Expedition, trample the Helan Mountains. Star Group. As soon as Yi Qin and the Patriarch of Hell returned, they gave more than 10 battle orders in a row. The entire Star Group was like a machine. At that moment, It started operating because of Yi Chin alone. Yi Chin looked around after he sat down. Why don't I see Meng Meng? Meng Meng seemed to have gone to the lab to look for you earlier. Yi Wen handed him a cup of warm water, her eyes filled with love. This girl has been crazy with Xiao He these few days. She even brought Yang Hao from the Yang Tian family and the panda to steal the egg of a demon king. Stole the demon king's egg? Yi Chen had a strange expression on his face. That's not all. Xiao Ye also walked over with a smile. Master, you don't know. This silly girl even went to Haishan and captured the son of the lobster clan's chief. She roasted the lobster in front of everyone. Yi Chen took a deep breath in. He was shocked by this girl's courage. He asked worriedly, is she all right? She's fine. The lobster she roasted was just one of the hundreds of sons of the lobster clan's chief. Xiao Ye covered her mouth and giggled. After that, the lobster clan's chief even came to apologize. He said that he did not raise his son well and dirted this girl's mouth. Yi Chen could not help but laugh. The patriarch of hell laughed. Looks like fellow Ye's battle at the sea that day has completely terrified the Sea clan, Daddy. Just as they were talking, a crisp voice came from outside the door. Then, a figure pounced into Yi Chen's embrace. The little girl said resentfully, Daddy, where did you go? I went to the lab earlier, but I couldn't find you. You went to the lab? Yi Chen froze. That's right. I even saw a sister sleeping inside. She's so beautiful. The little girl's face was filled with excitement. At that moment, a woman in white walked in from outside. Yi Chen and the patriarch of hell's expressions changed when they saw her face clearly. P.S. Chapter 4 has been updated today. I personally think these chapters are not fake. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:25. In Star Group, Yi Chen sat on the sofa while carrying his daughter. He looked at the lady in white who was walking in quietly. His expression could not help but freeze. The patriarch of hell, who was sitting next to him, looked like he had seen a ghost when he saw the lady in white. Fellow Yi, how did this happen? The patriarch of hell gulped. Am I hallucinating? Did she revive or come back to life? It was because the lady in white before him was exactly the same as the female corpse in the ice coffin in the laboratory, be it her appearance or temperament. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the lady in white. His true origin energy was boiling. He and the patriarch of hell had just concluded that the female corpse was dead, but she could move in the blink of an eye. Yi Wen, Xiao Ye, and the rest were shocked as well. After all, they knew about the female corpse in the ice coffin. Seeing the lady in white walking toward Yi Chen, she had no intention of stopping. Xiao Ye took a step forward subconsciously and stood in front of her. Stop! The lady in white swayed her feet and passed by her in an instant. The scene seemed to have turned into an afterimage. She then continued walking toward Yi Chen. Xiao Ye was shocked. Subsequently, her expression turned cold. She reached out and grabbed the lady in white's back. Boom! Just as her hand was about to touch the former, she felt an incomparably terrifying force assaulting her. Bang! Xiao Ye was sent flying back. She finally stabilized her body with great difficulty, and her pretty face was filled with shock. One had to know that she was already at Golden Core, and her battle prowess was comparable to a supreme giant. However, she could not even touch the corner of the other party's clothes. The lady in white did not stop walking. Yi Wen, who was stunned, reacted. Just when she was about to attack, Yi Chen's voice rang in her ears. Let her come here! The lady in white looked at Yi Chen blankly when she walked to him. Subsequently, her gaze landed on Meng Meng, who was in Yi Chen's embrace. She stopped walking and did not move. Meanwhile, Yi Chen stared at her coldly. The patriarch of hell's eyes flickered a few times before he said, Fellow, may I know your name? The white-clothed woman seemed as if she hadn't heard him at all. No matter if it was her face or gaze, there wasn't the slightest ripple. Fellow Taoist, you're truly a peerless beauty. just like a fairy that descended to the mortal world. The patriarch rolled his eyes and said shyly, "To tell you the truth, I want to make love to you." After saying that, he stared at the woman in white with rapt attention. However, the other party remained motionless. On the other hand, Meng Meng introduced him to the woman in white with great enthusiasm. "Sister, this is my father." The lady in white lifted her eyes softly and looked at Yi Chen blankly with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were extremely empty. The patriarch of Yellow Spring was frightened by this scene. "Fellow Taoist Yi, something's not right. Could it be that he's a zombie?" Yi Chen said nothing. He freed a hand and used his fingers as a saber. Then he slashed at the lady's neck. Boom! The originally motionless woman in white suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and spat. A beam of light shot out of his mouth. It charged at Yi Chen's hand with immense killing intent. Clang! Sparks surged in the air, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound. It was like metal colliding with each other. "Break!" Yi Chen scoffed. With a shake of his arm, the ray of light was sent flying directly. Subsequently, he continued slashing at the lady's neck. Meng Meng, who was in Yi Chen's embrace, said immediately, "Sister, don't hit my father." The lady did not move at all. She allowed Yi Chen's finger blade to slash at her. There was still no fluctuation in her eyes. A strand of long hair fluttered. Yi Chen's hand finally stopped beside her exquisite collarbone. If he moved an inch further, he would be able to cut off her head. The little girl hugged his hand, her beautiful eyes tearing up. "Daddy, don't bully me, all right?" Yi Chen retracted his hand and lifted his head to look at the patriarch of Yellow Spring beside him. "She looks like a zombie." After some probing, he discovered something strange. There was still no vitality in the lady's body. The reason why she made this series of counterattacks seemed to be a reaction mechanism of her body's memory. The lady did not have any consciousness from the beginning to the end. She was like a living dead. The patriarch of Yellow Spring said, "Looks like she's a living dead." At this point, he looked at Meng Meng in confusion and said slowly, however, "She seems to be able to understand this girl's words." "That's right, master. She seems to be very obedient," Xiaoya and the rest nodded. They had all seen the scene earlier. The lady in white had the ability to resist, but she stopped moving after hearing what Meng Meng said. Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times before he realized what was strange about the situation. Thinking to this point, he could not help but lower his head to look at the little girl in his embrace. "How did you know this, sister?" He clearly remembered that before he and the patriarch left the laboratory, he had raised his hand to set up a barrier. However, the little girl had barged in. Could it be that after he left, someone broke the barrier and forced their way into the laboratory? The little girl was a little afraid of his serious gaze. She lowered her head and told him what had happened weakly. Yi Chen and the patriarch of Yellow Spring could not believe their ears after hearing that. They thought they had heard wrongly. It was actually the little girl who broke the barrier. The patriarch of Yellow Spring shook his head without even thinking. "I don't believe it. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." What a joke! That was a third-stage barrier. Although it was not offensive, it was not considered a high-level formation. However, one would need at least a third-stage formation master to break it. Now, it was easily broken by a child. Yi Chen called Xiaohe in directly and asked in front of everyone, "Is what this girl said true?" "Master, the young mistress didn't lie. She really broke the barrier." Xiaohe did not dare to hide anything. It was Yi Chen's turn to be surprised. After a few seconds of silence, he raised his hand and set up a first-stage barrier bewitching formation in the room. "If you can break it, I'll agree to one of your requests." The scene in the room shook, and then it was filled with thick fog. It was almost impossible to see within a 5-meter radius, let alone distinguish the directions. "Daddy, can I ask for anything?" The little girl looked at him in surprise. Yi Chen smiled lightly. "Of course." Only then did the little girl struggle out of his embrace. She stood where she was while biting her finger, quietly observing the fog in front of her. Subsequently, Yi Chen and the rest disappeared strangely from her world. She was the only one left in the vast fog. Everyone stared at her quietly. To put it bluntly, this bewitching formation is what ordinary people call a ghostly wall. If ordinary people are trapped in it, they won't be able to get out even if they die. The patriarch of Yellow Springs spoke frankly and said with a faint smile, "I don't think this girl can do it." Before he could finish, the smile on his face froze, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Chapter 10:26. Under everyone's gaze, they saw the little girl's fair and chubby little hands. His hands fluttered like a celestial maiden scattering flowers as he formed seals with his fingers. Invisible seals were condensed in his hands. Boom! The entire barrier shook and all the fog dissipated. The scene shook again, and it turned into an office. This, the patriarch of hell, was in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, Yiwen, and the rest were stunned as well. They stared at the little girl with their beautiful eyes wide open. The little girl placed her hands on her hips and said in its Sunder manner, "Daddy, I broke it. You must keep your promise." "Of course, Daddy." Yi Chen smiled in relief. As he thought to himself, he lifted his hand to set up a second stage barrier, the peach blossom formation. Try this again. The scene before everyone changed again. It was replaced by a peach blossom forest. Every peach tree was identical, and even the rocks on the ground were the same. The formation did not seem to be anything special, but it was extremely confusing. Even a master ancient martial artist would not be able to find his direction in it. She shouldn't be able to break it now, right? The patriarch of hell thought to himself, it's a second stage formation after all. Only a foundation building cultivator can break it with brute force. However, the little girl ignored the peach blossom trees around her and walked toward a peach blossom tree in the southeast corner with a strong sense of direction. Yi Chen could not help but secretly nod when he saw that. He was both surprised and relieved. As everyone watched in shock, the little girl reached out and hugged the trunk of the peach blossom tree in the southeast corner. She then pulled hard, uprooting the entire peach blossom tree. At that moment, all the peach trees around disappeared. The second stage formation that Yi Chen had set up was broken again. The patriarch of hell was even more shocked. "How did you know that peach blossom tree is flawed?" The core of the peach blossom formation that Yi Chen had set up was the peach blossom tree in the southeast corner. It provided spiritual energy to maintain the entire formation. Although the principle was simple, discovering it was another matter. "Cutie, you're so stupid." The little girl smiled in disdain. "This peach blossom tree has the densest spiritual energy. Even a fool would know that there's something wrong with it." The patriarch of hell was speechless. "I'm actually being despised by a child?" After a few seconds of silence, he couldn't help but mutter, "The patriarch has already possessed me. Why did he still call me butt-face in front of so many people?" Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look at him wryly. He seemed to be showing off a little. "Do you believe me now?" "She's indeed my daughter." He had yet to officially step onto the road of cultivation, and had not even gone through systematic study of array formation knowledge. Yet he was already able to break a rank 3 enchantment. Even though he didn't set up any more tier 3 barriers, there was no point in setting up any more barriers after the first 2 had been destroyed. Patriarch Yellow Springs' face darkened. After a long while he said, "Both of you are monsters." "Daddy, you said you would agree to one of my requests. You can't go back on your word." The little fellow walked over at this time. Yi Chen picked her up and said in between tears and laughter, "All right, tell me. What do you want me to promise you?" The little fellow rolled his black eyes and then smiled slyly. "I want Daddy to promise not to bully this big sister." As soon as she said that, Yi Chen fell silent immediately. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze on the lady in white before him. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Although the lady had not been resurrected and was a living dead, her background was still unknown. Moreover, The strength that she had displayed so far had already surpassed a quasi-saint. If he kept her by his side, it might lead to unimaginable consequences if anything happened in the future. As if seeing his hesitation, the little girl cried, "Daddy is a liar. He doesn't keep his word. Mommy is the best in this world. A motherless child is like a blade of grass." Sob, sob. The little girl felt wronged now. Her tears flowed out like pearls that had a broken necklace. Yi Chen could only raise his hands and surrender. "All right. Daddy will promise you, all right?" Whack! Only then did the little girl's mood lighten up. She kissed his face and beamed. "A child with a daddy is like a treasure." "But you have to tell Daddy why this sister listens to you," Yi Chen said while frowning. That was what he could not figure out the most. At that moment, Xiaohei seemed to have thought of something. He scratched his head and said, "Master, young mistress seems to have swallowed a pearl." "What pearl?" Yi Chen said immediately. "A black pearl." Xiaohei looked at the lady in white and said intermittently, "It seems to have come from her mouth." Yi Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He opened the little girl's mouth immediately and checked carefully. However, there was no foreign object in the little girl's mouth. He did not give up. He grabbed the little girl's hand and channeled spiritual energy into her body, checking her entire body nervously. The Patriarch of Hell was also a little nervous. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, Yi Chen stopped what he was doing and secretly frowned. "That's strange. There's no pearl in this girl's body." With his current cultivation base, no foreign object in the little girl's body could escape his senses. "Fellow Yi, it's better to be careful. I don't know how many years this female corpse has existed, and it floated here from the outer realm," the Patriarch of Hell said worriedly. "No, I've checked both her body and consciousness." Yi Chen shook his head lightly. The Patriarch of Hell frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "Could it have been digested by this girl?" "My dear daughter, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Yi Chen seemed to be looking at the little girl nervously. The little girl shook her head repeatedly. "No. That black pearl should be a yin pearl," Yi Chen said thoughtfully. "After this girl swallowed it, the magnetic field in this girl's body became the same as this woman's. That's why she listened to this girl. I once heard that a tomb robber entered the tomb of a woman who had just died not long ago to steal at night. In the end, he encountered thunder and lightning." The Patriarch of Hell said confidently, "This person exchanged yin and yang energy with the female corpse in the tomb mouth to mouth, which triggered the corpse transformation. No matter what this person did, the female corpse followed suit." At this point, he could not help but look at the lady in white beside him. There are some similarities between the two. Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds. In the end, he split a sliver of his divine consciousness and attached it to the lady in white. The reason why he did that was because with the monitoring of his divine consciousness, he could learn about the lady's actions in time. In this way, even if something unexpected were to happen, he would be able to act in time to protect the little fellow. It was because of this that Yi Chen did not pay attention to the public opinion and the situation outside. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. As the winter sun shone on the wall through the curtains, Yi Chen got up and lifted the curtains. He looked at the bright sun outside. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The weather isn't bad. It's suitable for killing. P.S. The second chapter. There are only 2 chapters today. The climax is coming. I have to sort out the outline. I hope everyone can understand. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:27. 13th of November. The sky had just turned bright. When the first rooster crowed in winter, the entire China was already in an uproar. Countless undercurrents were surging. That was because today was the most important day in China. India, Japan, Mount Olympus, the Vatican, and nearly 100 other countries, more than 30 secret realms, had joined forces to suppress China. Today, the number 1 person in China, Mad Southern Yi, would fight the 100 Nations Alliance Army on China Sea. It could be said that today was a battle between the East and the West that was hard to come by in hundreds of years. Everyone was paying close attention to this decisive battle. That was because this battle would definitely leave a grand mark in the development of human civilization. No matter which side won, the world situation would undergo earth-shattering changes. When the powerhouses of the 100 nations rushed toward China one after another, the country was also filled with extreme killing intent. The battle is about to begin. A quasi-saint of China stood at the peak of the mountain and looked down in all directions. Everyone, as the saying goes, chivalry is for the country and the people. The Chinese martial artists have been passed down to this day, but the word chivalry has been passed down since ancient times. Now that the 100 nations have joined forces, although it looks like they're going to suppress mad Southern on the surface, have they ever taken China seriously? I'm not talented, but I'm willing to be mad Southern Ye's vanguard today. I respect him as the king of China, kill the enemies from all directions, and defend the dignity of China. The old man took a step forward without hesitation. There were countless followers behind him, and their eyes were filled with determination. In a shabby Taoist temple in Tong State, many disciples of the temple looked at an old man in a Taoist robe in front of them with reluctance. Their eyes were slightly wet. The old man's face was old, and his face was covered in age spots. It was as if he could die at any time. The old man glanced at everyone and smiled calmly. After I go, disband the temple and leave the mountain. There's no need to erect a monument for me. In Tibet, an old lama carried a coffin with one hand and staggered. The flying snow shoots the white deer in the sky. The laughing book god leans on the green duck. A man should die to repay his country. At the Inhumans Association in Beijing, the president of the Inhumans Association, Lu Tao, stood on the high platform and looked down at the dense crowd with an extremely solemn expression. President, 83,821 mutants of level 5 and above are all in position. One of the upper echelons stepped forward and announced. Lu Tao took one last deep look at everyone. He didn't say anything. Instead, he raised his right hand and waved it. Let's go. Tens of thousands of people followed, closely behind. Such scenes appeared in various corners of China at almost the same time. In the end, there were more than 200,000 people gathered. Protect China. Kill all enemies in all directions. We Chinese martial artists dare to fight and die. Fight, fight, fight. The disciples of River East are still here today, and we are willing to make a comeback with the king. All of a sudden, the entire China was in an uproar, and the blood-boiling sound almost swept across the country. Among the ordinary people who witnessed this scene, there were many elderly people, women, and children. Everyone's expression was extremely complicated, and there were faint traces of tears in their eyes. China responded to mad Southerny alone and went to fight the powerhouses of the 100 nations without hesitation. This time, no one knew how many people would die in battle, and no one knew how many would return alive. In the crowd, an old man with a walking stick took a deep breath in and shouted with all his might, "China will win! China will win!" The people behind him roared repeatedly. At 10 a.m. on the 13th of November, Yi Chun left Tianan and pointed his sword at China's sea area. His companions included the Patriarch of Hell, Yi Wushuang, Luo Tianya, Elder Qing Xian of the Kunlun Ruins' 9th Peak, Wu Tianho, and Corpse Sect Master on the southern coast of China. The nearest city to this place was Minnan. Ever since Yi Qin killed 3 overlords of the sea in the sea and flattened the sea within 30,000 kilometers with his sword, many sea clans surrendered and no longer dared to go against the land. At this moment, although the southern sea was calm, there was a murderous aura that covered the sky. Is this China's sea? At this moment, as a magnetic voice rang out, the calm sea was instantly broken. It was a middle-aged man in white clothes. The man had long golden hair draped over his shoulders, and his entire body was filled with power. If there were Indian cultivators present, they would definitely realize that the man was the first disciple of India's #1 powerhouse, the Golden Lion King, Gerard Harris. This person was the strongest person in India after the Beast Emperor, Gerard. He was even known as the Great Sage. What powerful natural essence energy. Behind him, another old man with red hair and black eyes walked over. The old man carried a powerful force. Every step he took caused the sea within a radius of 3,000 meters to tremble. St. Harris's eyes shone brightly. I didn't expect the most powerful yin-yang master in Japan, the heavenly yin master, to be here personally. China is really a good place. The Japanese heavenly yin master took a deep breath in. The essence energy is like a flood, and the luck is like a dragon. If the Japanese can enter China, the entire country will definitely soar. Honorable heavenly yin master, you're not the only one who's interested in China. At that moment, a golden-haired, blue-eyed, gentlemanly old man from England walked over. So it's the second prince of the Blood Race's Demon Feast Alliance, Lord Rodney. The heavenly yin master frowned slightly. The Demon Feast Alliance actually sent you here. Looks like they're determined to win. Behind them, there was a large group of experts that gathered, like tidewater. Their formation and might practically caused space to faintly tremble. Looks like I'm early. The second prince of the blood race, Rodney, looked around and smiled faintly. Totem City in North America, the Vatican, Mount Olympus, and the dozens of secret realms and holy lands in South Africa haven't arrived yet. Let's wait. A cold gleam flashed in the Indian saint's eyes. When everyone is here, it'll be time for us to kill our way into China. At this point, he smiled disdainfully. Moreover, Mad Southern Yi hasn't arrived yet. Without this person, our trip this time will be a little boring. Mad Southern Yi thinks that he can fight against us with his own strength. He's simply arrogant and doesn't know his place. The heavenly yin master mocked. He's just an excuse for us to act up. St. Harris shook his head slightly. Previously, Mad Southern Yi went on a killing spree in China and greatly weakened China's strength. My master has been planning for this day for a long time. That's right. When Mad Southern Yi dies, it'll be time for us to kill our way into China. The second prince of the blood race licked his lips. I can't control myself when I think about the delicious blood of young girls in China. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:28. At the port of Minnan. The place was originally heavily guarded to defend against the Sea Clan. However, after Yi Qin suppressed the Sea Clan, the heavy troops had long been withdrawn. Subsequently, it became a tourist attraction. Countless people came here to play, and some even went out to sea to trade with the Sea Clan. However, at that moment, the port of Minnan was filled with people. Tens of thousands of people had gathered, and it could be said to be a boiling cauldron of voices. Countless martial artists and mutants arrived one after another. They wanted nothing more than to contribute to China or to witness this important battle. When a group of people arrived at the sea, they saw a huge army in front of them. It was an army of powerhouses formed by the 100 countries. They were filled with killing intent, and human heads were surging. The Eastern Expedition Army, formed by mutated beasts and humans, was almost endless. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many Chinese powerhouses turned grim. Clearly, they did not expect so many people from the 100 countries to come. That's the Golden Lion clan from India. A powerhouse pointed at the countless huge figures in the north of the sea. Everyone looked over, and what they saw were many tall, giant lions. They were roaring angrily and spewing flames from their mouths. That was only the tip of the iceberg, because what was even more shocking was yet to come. On the west side of the sea, figures in suits stepped on the ground. They bared their fangs, and their bodies emitted a true ferocious aura, like ferocious beasts that had awakened. It was the Blood Clan army. On the south side of the sea, countless men in black stood in the air. There were strange marks between their brows, and the eerie aura seemed to freeze the world. They were the Japanese yin-yang masters. Looks like the West is serious. A Chinese quasi-saint side. There are no less than 100 quasi-saints on the other side. With so many powerhouses joining forces, even if all the powerhouses in China join forces, it'll be difficult for them to match up to them. Another person's expression was extremely grim. He seemed to have seen the blood that was about to flow. As the Chinese martial artists rushed over, many of them were worried when they saw the army in the distance. Just as the Chinese camp was discussing, a beast king walked out from the Eastern expedition camp in the west. It was a burly man with long brown hair and a bare upper body. His eyes were like copper bells, and his face was extremely rough. His name was Quick. It was a mutated beast from the Indian Golden Lion clan. Quake said coldly. His voice was like a great bell. "May I ask where the #1 person in China is? Could it be that he's afraid of death, so he doesn't dare to come?" As soon as these words were spoken, many of the Eastern punitive expeditions soldiers burst into laughter and began to provoke the Chinese martial artists. Ridiculous! A powerhouse from the Chinese camp took a step forward and said coldly, "Do you think you can make mad southerny retreat with just a bunch of mobs like you? Who are you?" Quake narrowed his eyes and looked at the former with an incomparably sharp gaze. "Do you dare to fight with me? I'm Huang Guangyuan from the Dual Blades sect of China." The Chinese powerhouse smirked in disdain. Then, with 2 sabers in his hands, his figure flashed, and he took the initiative to attack Quake. China is never afraid of war. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Remember, my name is Quake, because today you will die by my hands. Quake slightly grinned, and then rushed towards Huang Guangyuan. With a flash of golden light, a golden spear appeared in his hand. Boom! The battle between the two broke out. Both Ma Guangyuan and Quake's strength was around Emperor stage, but they still attracted the attention of everyone in the Chinese camp. That was because this was the first battle of the opening. It concerned China's reputation. Clang, clang, clang. Huang Guangyuan was well versed in the 8 Gates golden lock saber. As the saying went, 1 saber depended on the hand, and 2 sabers depended on the movement. He wielded the 2 sabers in his hands, and his saber moves were heavy and fierce, forcing Quake to retreat repeatedly. Great! Many Chinese martial artists cheered. Although Quake was at a disadvantage, he was not in a hurry. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the aura on his body suddenly changed. Swoosh! He stabbed with his spear and immediately waved it, aiming at Huang Guangyuan's lower body with terrifying strength. Huang Guangyuan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly placed the 2 sabers under his waist to block the attack. Clang, clang, he only felt his arms shake violently, and the 2 sabers in his hands immediately shattered while his entire body was sent flying. Beast King, he's a Beast King! Damn it, a Beast King with combat strength comparable to a quasi-saint actually disguised as an Emperor stage cultivator to fool us. Many Chinese people in the distance were instantly enraged. Quake smirked coldly and stabbed at Huang Guangyuan with his spear. His face was full of playfulness. "Stupid Chinese, it's over. How dare you?" Finally, there was a quasi-saint in the Chinese formation who could not bear it anymore. After a long roar, he attacked immediately, obviously wanting to save Huang Guangyuan. However, at this moment, another woman in black rushed out of the Eastern punitive expedition. She opened her mouth and spat out black spider silk that looked like a large net, attacking the former. "Get lost!" The expression of the Chinese quasi-saint changed slightly, as if he wanted to blast it away with a punch, but he found that he was tightly entangled. He could only watch helplessly as Quake stabbed at Huang Guangyuan with a spear in the distance, his face full of grief and indignation. "Bastard! Do you really think that there's no one in Hua?" Immediately after, a few more Chinese quasi-saints attacked. Their killing intent almost swept through the world, but they were still blocked by the powerhouses of the Eastern punitive expedition. The tip of Quake's spear was only an inch away from Huang Guangyuan. I've already said that no one can save you. If you kneel before me and admit that all Chinese people are pigs, I might spare your life. Not only was Huang Guangyuan not afraid, but he also laughed calmly. You want my life? Even if I die, I'll break all your teeth. Boom! The aura in his body suddenly skyrocketed several times, and even his body size doubled. From afar, he looked like a balloon. Obviously, he wanted to self-destruct. A Chinese powerhouse roared, "Old Huang, no!" Huang Guangyuan's eyes were filled with madness. We Chinese martial artists dare to fight and die. If you're going to die, then it'll start with me. Lunatic! Quake's expression changed instantly. He seemed to want to retreat, but he realized that the former was charging at him without fear of death. You're just an ant. Do you think you can drag a member of the Golden Lion clan down with you? At this moment, a cold laugh exploded in the void. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out from the Eastern Punitive Expedition to grab Huang Guangyuan. At the same time, a terrifying pressure instantly descended, suppressing Huang Guangyuan, who was about to self-destruct. Huang Guangyuan, who was about to self-destruct, immediately knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with fear. Just as the giant hand was about to grab him, an indifferent voice exploded in the void. Since you dare to stretch out your dog claws, then leave it here. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:29. Rumble! Suddenly, purple lightning appeared in the sky. Then, a shocking sword gleam slashed across the sky, like an antelope hanging its horn, a white steed flashing past a crack. Chi! Chi! Under such a sword strike, the giant hand was like fragile glass, and it was forcefully cut apart. Bleck! In the Eastern Punitive Army, Harris, who was known as the Great Sage Saint Master in India, immediately let out a muffled groan. Then he looked at the sky coldly. Almost at that moment, everyone raised their eyes in unison, as if they were looking for the owner of that figure. On the other hand, the Chinese martial artists were extremely excited. The blue sky actually distorted at this moment, and a huge spatial vortex that was 30 meters wide suddenly appeared. Under everyone's attentive gazes, a thin figure slowly walked out, carrying a 5-year-old girl in his arms. Behind him, another dozen figures stepped out. Although there were not many of them, as they descended, it caused the world to become oppressive. At this moment, all the Chinese martial artists stared blankly at the young man in the lead. That's Yi. Mad Southern Yi? A moment later, they came back to their senses, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. It's really mad Southern Yi. Whoosh! 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 Almost at that moment, countless Chinese martial artists knelt on one knee before Yi Chen. Greetings, Mr. Yi. A voice that sounded like muffled thunder from the 9 heavens resounded through the entire sky. It was so loud that it almost covered all the sounds in the world. On the other hand, many powerhouses in the Eastern Punitive Army from the Western Punitive Army had solemn expressions on their faces. Then, there was an endless, murderous aura. Mad Southern Yi had arrived. This meant that a great war was about to start, and it also meant that the time to change the world's situation had arrived. Mad Southern Yi, since you're here today, it's time for us to settle things with you. In the Eastern Punitive Army, St. Harris of India took a step forward. You killed my junior brother, Walker. You must give the Golden Lion clan an explanation for this. Explanation? Yi Chen landed steadily while carrying his daughter. He looked at the former slowly with cold eyes. After I kill you, I'll head to India and destroy your Golden Lion clan. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Quake in the distance, and an extreme killing intent flashed in his eyes. How dare you attack a Chinese? You deserve to die. At that moment, Quake's body trembled, as if he had been targeted by some peerless beast. Without another word, he charged into the Eastern Punitive Expedition camp. However, Yi Chen was faster than him. Yi Qin curled his fingers and transformed them into a dragon claw that grabbed him. This series of actions was incomparably fast. Even the experts of the Eastern punitive expedition were unable to act in time. "Saint, save me." Quake repeatedly called for help from Harris, his heart filled with extreme fear. Harris was furious. "Mad Southern Yi, you!" Boom! Before he could finish, there was a loud noise, and a scarlet mist of blood splashed in the void. Yi Qin lifted his head slowly and looked at Harris. He squinted and smiled. "This is my explanation for you." At the same time, Quake's beast core shot towards the Eastern punitive expedition camp. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure appeared before him like a ghost. He reached out a hand and grabbed it. After the Patriarch of Hell put it away, he returned to Yi Chen's side and said happily, "I can use it to refine medicinal pills again." The Indian saint, Harris, was so angry that his face turned livid. He wished he could tear the Patriarch of Hell into pieces. "Mad Southern Yi, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant in such a situation." The Japanese Yin-Yang master, the evil Tenin master, took a step forward. His entire body was filled with Yin energy. "Do you really think you're invincible?" "I don't dare to say that I'm invincible." Yi Qin looked around and sneered. "However, I'm afraid you guys aren't enough for me to kill." With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he found out the number of powerhouses on the other side. 100 quasi-saint powerhouses. Such a number was definitely not the entire strength of the Western countries. "What if we join you?" An extremely dignified voice was heard. Everyone could not help but raise their heads to look. They saw incomparably holy ships flying over from the western horizon. There seemed to be the chanting of gods and angels on them. Resplendent holy light almost enveloped heaven and earth. One could vaguely see knights in holy armor on the ship. The Knights Vanguard is the Vatican's Knights Vanguard. It's known as an army led by the gods. It's once caused countless massacres in Europe. No one can stop it. Many people's expressions changed drastically. As the holy ship landed, 3 red-clothed old men holding holy weapons and wearing crosses walked down. They were the 3 red-clothed archbishops. "Your Excellency Mad Southern Yi, from China." The leading red-clothed Archbishop Oliver was extremely dignified. "You've been listed as a heretic by the Vatican. Today, we've come to judge you on the orders of our Father. It's not enough even if I add you guys." Yi Qin sneered. "Really? What if you add me?" Resplendent divine radiance came from the west, and then a rising sun slowly rose from the west. A man wearing a golden divine robe slowly walked out from the rising sun. He was shrouded in divine radiance, making people want to kneel on the ground from the bottom of their hearts. With every step he took, a lotus flower would appear under his feet. His eyes were like 2 suns, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Behind him were more than 10 beast kings. "It's Hermes, the messenger of Mount Olympus, one of the 12 main gods of the holy mountain." Everyone was shocked. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. "Even with you guys, it's just a waste of my time." "And us." Rumble! Following that, earth-shattering noises swept over from all 4 directions. One by one, the gods descended upon the world. There were Totem City from North America, the gods from the Vulcan sect, the Beast Emperor from the Dark Wolf clan, and the Pharaoh's mummy army from Egypt in just a few breaths of time. The powerhouses from more than 30 secret realms and holy lands from over 100 countries around the world had all arrived. More than 350 quasi-saints. At that moment, even the Chinese powerhouses who were prepared to die and had full trust in Yi Qin almost fainted. The other party had more than 300 quasi-saints, and they only had 100 at most. The difference in combat strength was too great. Among the Vatican's knights, red-clothed Archbishop Oliver smiled. "May I ask if that's enough now?" "Barely enough." Yi Qin lifted his eyelids lightly as if he was disappointed. Unfortunately, not all of your powerhouses are here. Forget it. I'll make a trip to the west after I kill all of you." With that, he suddenly took out a jade talisman and crushed it. His indifferent voice sounded, "Come out." P.S. Chapter 3. Today's update is complete. End of this chapter. Chapter 1030. At this moment, above the Manan Sea, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone looked at the gods descending from the west, and the supreme powerhouses appeared one after another. In the end, almost all the 30 holy lands and secret realms around the world were present. Among them, there were even divine senses from Mount Olympus, as well as the murderous knights of the Vatican City. All of this shocked everyone. All the powerhouses in China could not stand still. There were more than 300 peerless powerhouses with combat strength comparable to quasi-saints in the Western expedition this time. All the powerhouses in China were only at the combat strength of 100 quasi-saints. In other words, once the battle broke out, the other side would fight 3 against 1. How could they fight? Through the satellite surveillance and even the live broadcasts, the hearts of countless Chinese who saw this scene sank to the bottom. Countless people of the older generation closed their eyes and sighed bitterly. Is the heavens going to destroy the Chinese cultivation world? Everyone, we might have to die in battle this time. One of the quasi-saints took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with determination. Someone laughed loudly, not without a trace of solemnity. "Even if we die, we will fight to the last man." Just as everyone was about to fight with their lives on the line, they heard someone say, "Look, what's Mad Southern Yi doing?" When everyone looked over subconsciously, Yi Qin suddenly took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Then he said coldly, "Come out." Everyone was a little confused by his abnormal behavior. What's that? What's he doing? Among the Western powerhouses, Indian Saint Harris, Mount Olympus Divine Consciousness Hermes, and the rest were also puzzled. An old man in black linen robes took a step forward with a walking stick in his hand and smiled mockingly. "Mad Southern Yi, if you're afraid, as long as you kowtow and beg for mercy now and swear your loyalty to us, we might spare your life." Many people's pupils constricted as they immediately recognized him. It was the high priest of Totem City, Christian. Beg for mercy? A strange arc appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. That's right. Christian seemed to be pleased with himself. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head. The others seemed to have sensed something and followed suit. The originally blue sky actually began to slowly distort at this moment, causing countless seagulls to flee in all directions. The spatial distortion grew larger and larger, faintly resembling a giant millstone spinning rapidly. Boom! When the distorted space reached its limit, the space suddenly collapsed, and a huge crack was slowly torn open. As the space was torn apart, a monstrous fiendish aura and killing intent permeated the air. An unknown force has arrived. Hermes, the oracle of Mount Olympus, said. Unknown force? The pupils of the Japanese yin-yang master, the sky yin evil master, constricted. After looking around, he said, "The famous secret realms and sacred grounds have all come. What kind of force is it?" Under everyone's gaze, countless ferocious figures rushed out from the huge crack in the sky. Kunlun Ruins Dao sect master, Lei Yang, has brought the Dao sect's disciples to pay their respects to the master of Kunlun Ruins and lend China a hand. As an extremely old voice sounded, the countless figures were completely exposed in the world. Hiss! At this moment, many people, including the powerhouses of China and the West, gasped in shock. Among the countless figures in the sky, the leader was actually over 20 quasi-saint almighties. Kunlun Ruins! The second prince of the blood clan, Rodney, was shocked at first. Then he cried out, "The most mysterious sacred ground in China, Kunlun Ruins, has appeared!" As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the Western powerhouses. Kunlun Ruins? China's sacred ground. Before this, The Western powerhouses had secretly investigated and found out that Yi Chen had a grudge against the Kunlun ruins. Therefore, they believed that the Kunlun ruins would not attack. Who would have thought that someone from the Kunlun ruins would come? On the other hand, the Chinese camp was extremely excited. Kunlun ruins. Their Chinese sacred ground had appeared. Moreover, they were here to help them. At this moment, Saint Harris of India took a step forward from the Western camp and looked at the Dao sect's sect master, Lei Yang. Your Excellency Lei Yang of China's sacred ground. Today's matter is only a personal grudge between us and Mad Southern Yi. I hope that you won't interfere. Initially, he thought that they were too purposeful, which was why they forced the powerhouses of the Kunlun ruins into the world. That was why they targeted Yi Chen alone. That's right. The second prince of the Blood Clan, Rodney, also spoke. We have no intention of touching China. We only want to kill Mad Southern Yi. Please don't misunderstand. He felt that after he said that, the Kunlun ruins would definitely retreat based on the grudge between Yi Chen and the Kunlun ruins. However, Lei Yang, who was in the air, smirked coldly. If you Western barbarians dare to target the master of the Kunlun ruins, you'll be making the entire Kunlun ruins your enemy. What? The master of the Kunlun ruins? Hermes was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have recalled something and looked at Yi Chen all of a sudden. Mad Southern Yi is the master of the Kunlun ruins. The moment that was said, everyone fell silent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh at that moment. Countless eyes looked at Yi Chen at the same time. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Mad Southern Yi is the master of the Kunlun ruins. The Chinese powerhouses were also in disbelief. Many of them were dumbfounded, thinking that they had heard wrongly. At the next moment, Lei Yang, who was in the air, descended from the sky with everyone. They landed next to Yi Chen accurately. Under countless people's gazes, Lei Yang knelt on one knee before Yi Chen. Lei Yang, the master of the Kunlun ruins Dao sect, greets the master of the Kunlun ruins. Bang, bang, bang. After him, the hundreds of figures knelt on one knee before Yi Chen. Their movements were neat and uniform. Greetings, master of the Kunlun ruins. A voice that was low and deep like thunder reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and it shook the hearts of everyone to the point of trembling without end. How is this possible? The Japanese Yin Yang master, heavenly Yin master, and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They could not believe their eyes. Yi Chen is the master of the Kunlun ruins? Humph. Right at that moment, a cold snort came from the mouth of the Olympus oracle, Hermes. It's just over 20 more quasi-saints. What can it change? All of you will die under my Western army. As soon as he finished speaking, many of the Western powerhouses immediately reacted. That's right. Even with the 20-odd quasi-saints from the Kunlun ruins Dao sect, China only had 130 people at most, while the West had more than 360 quasi-saints. This difference in combat strength could not be made up for. Thinking to this point, many Western powerhouses sneered, and the killing intent in their eyes surged again. A sneer came from the spatial rift that had yet to dissipate. Is that so? What if the Kunlun ruins devil sect is included? Chapter 1031. Rumble. Another explosion came from the spatial rift, and then a monstrous demonic energy swept out from the rift. At the next moment, countless red men leaped out. The ferocious aura that emanated from their bodies seemed to materialize, causing the space to faintly freeze. The Indian Saint Harris looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. His gaze landed on the dozen or so people leading the group, and his pupils constricted violently. Another 20 sage-to-be experts. Bang! As the large group of people landed, an old man in a red robe with a sinister expression returned to Yi Chen on one knee. He said respectfully, the master of the Kunlun ruins devil sect, Ing Feng, greets the master of the Kunlun ruins. Greetings, master of the Kunlun ruins. The large group of people returned on one knee. Their shouts shook the sky, and the monstrous, murderous aura that erupted from their bodies caused the expressions of countless people to change. The Olympus envoy, Hermes' expression remained unchanged. Even with all of you, it's still not enough. Hee. A sinister laughter suddenly exploded in the world, like the roar of a ferocious ghost. And the ghoul sect. Then a dense group of black human heads walked out of the crack in the void. The one leading them was a skinny, gloomy old man. The master of the Kunlun Ruins Ghoul sect, Ba Liming, brings the disciples of the Ghoul sect to greet the master of the Kunlun Ruins. The skinny old man chuckled at Yi Qin. Amit Ba, the master of the Buddhist sect, Monk Lotus Zen, greets the master of the Kunlun Ruins. The master of the Star sect, Xing Yuanzi, greets the master of the Kunlun Ruins. The master of the Spirit Talisman sect, Yuan Fuzi, greets the master of the Kunlun Ruins. The disciple of the Purple Cap Mountain, Zidar, greets the master of the Kunlun Ruins. The Treasure Pavilion of the Kunlun Ruins, the Fire sect of the Kunlun Ruins, the Wuling sect of the Kunlun Ruins. In just a few dozen breaths, countless figures rushed out from the spatial rift, one after another. Powerful auras completely pierced through the world. On the other hand, the number of quasi-saint powerhouses on the Chinese side increased exponentially. In the end, there were more than 320 of them. Dead silence. The world was as silent as death. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the many powerhouses who had suddenly arrived. Their gazes finally landed on Yi Qin. 200 quasi-saints. China suddenly had 200 more quasi-sages. Meanwhile, they were all moving because of Yi Qin. It was because Yi Qin was the master of Kunlun Ruins. The Western cultivators were silent. Their eyes were twitching and trembling. Before this, they had taken advantage of the fact that they had the advantage of numbers and treated Yi Qin like they were looking at 4 people. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. However, the situation was reversed in an instant. Yi Qin had summoned 200 quasi-saints out of thin air. As a result, the Chinese side had more than 320 demi-saints, while the Western side had 360. Even though there was a huge disparity in the number of experts on both sides, they still couldn't accept it. Right at this moment, a beast king from the west sneered. So what if your battle prowess is vaguely on par with ours? Don't forget, we still have the Oracle Hermes on our side. As soon as he said that, many of the Western experts reacted and looked at Hermes. Among all the Western experts present, Hermes' battle prowess could be said to be the strongest. This was because he was one of the 12 gods on Mount Olympus. His battle prowess was above that of a saint, and the gap between a saint and a quasi-saint was insurmountable. Hearing that, the expressions of many of the Chinese experts who were excited about the increase in the number of powerhouses on their side changed. That was right. The other party had the Oracle Hermes with them. This was not something a quasi-saint could compare to. You're just a saint in the mouth of the Western barbarians. Do you think you're worthy of being called the Oracle? An elderly voice rang out from the void. This voice was mixed with a monstrous battle intent. As a purple aura pierced through the sky, it brought with it a boundless pressure that covered the sky and covered the earth as it swept over. Under everyone's gazes, they saw an extremely sturdy green ox with muscles all over its body coming over on a cloud. On its back was a boy dressed in white. He was only 12 or 13 years old, and he had a head of white hair. He sat there like a god, refining and opening up on his own. Strange phenomena appeared frequently. It was the patriarch of Purple Cap Mountain, Ziqingsang, the first saint since the spiritual energy recovery of the Kunlun ruins. Saint, it's a saint. There's actually a saint in China. Countless Chinese powerhouses revealed expressions of disbelief. Their eyes were filled with indescribable excitement, and some even cried tears of joy. At that moment, The expression of the Beast King from the Western camp changed abruptly. On the other hand, Hermes's expression gradually turned grim, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Master, I've finally completed your mission. It's not too late, right? After the green ox landed, it wagged its tail and walked to Yi Chen's side. It seemed to be trying to please him. Well done. I'll reward you generously after this. Yi Chen nodded lightly, seemingly satisfied. As soon as Zi Qingsong appeared, his eyes locked onto Hermes. Fellow Yi, leave this person to me. All right. Yi Chen nodded lightly. Subsequently, he looked at the Western camp, slowly, coldly. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. This is the gift that I've prepared for you guys. Are you satisfied? The Western camp fell silent. Then the Japanese Yin Master, the heavenly Yin Master, roared. Everyone, we still have the upper hand. Let's end the battle as soon as possible. No matter what, we must kill them today. Kill. With that, his body expanded and his clothes were torn apart. The dozen or so blood-colored eyes on his chest were instantly exposed. The dozen or so eyes were the size of an ox's, and they were filled with endless resentment and gloom. It was as if one would be scared out of their wits just by looking at them. Kill. Saint Harris of India roared into the sky. Then his body swayed, and he immediately transformed into a golden lion that was 30 meters tall with sharp fangs. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the Chinese dogs. At that moment, all the Western powerhouses were filled with killing intent. Boom! The aura on Yi Chen's body skyrocketed. His divine consciousness covered heaven and earth as he shouted, "Where are the Chinese men now?" Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, countless Chinese powerhouses took a step forward and their voices shook the sky. The Chinese men will never admit defeat. Everyone follow me. Today, we'll kill all these pieces of trash, raise the dignity of our country, and restore the glory of our country. Yi Chen put down his daughter and roared into the sky. He charged at the Japanese Yin Master, the heavenly Yin Master, and the rest directly. Today he was going to kill until the world trembled. Fight! Behind him, a Chinese quasi-saint laughed out loud and leaped out. Killing one today is worth it. Killing two is considered a win. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. When have the disciples of Sanxiang ever been afraid of battle? When have I ever been afraid of death? Another Chinese powerhouse did not hesitate. His vital energy and blood erupted from his body, suppressing the entire place. Kill, kill, kill. After them, the roars of many Chinese powerhouses shook the sky. At the same time, they soared into the sky and charged at the opponents they had chosen beforehand. An earth-shattering battle erupted. Chapter 1032. Rumble, the deafening sounds of battle, screams, furious roars, and roars interweaved at this moment, drowning out heaven and earth. There was an endless killing aura in the air, and there was an increasingly dense smell of blood. Blood dyed the sea and the horizon red. Nyo Nyo, protect this girl. The Patriarch of Hell grabbed Meng Meng and retreated 3,000 meters away before instructing the green ox. Without waiting for the green ox's reply, the Patriarch pierced through the sky with one hand and headed straight for Saint Harris of India. Kill! Today, we'll turn the world upside down. Let's kill them all. Yi Wushuang, Luo Tianya, Elder Qingxian, Corpse Sect Master, Wu Tianho, and the rest attacked together. Meng Meng stood in the distance and watched the chaotic battle in the distance. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in the depths of her quiet eyes. Then she called out, "Daddy." Tears dripped down her cheeks. Even cultivators would be shocked by such a grand scene, let alone a 5-year-old child. The little girl was suddenly afraid that something would happen to her father. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Eventually, she could not help but cry. The green ox, who was guarding by the side, immediately panicked. "Io, my little ancestor, why are you crying?" P.S. Chapter 3 has been updated today. Don't cry, don't cry. Watch Uncle Nyo show you acrobatics. As the green ox coaxed her, he subconsciously walked over to comfort the little girl. However, just as he was about to approach the little girl, a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared before her. Boom! Without saying a word, the white-clothed figure attacked the green ox and slapped it heavily. Bang! Caught off guard, the green ox was sent flying 300 meters away by the slap, causing shocking waves on the surface of the sea. The little girl who was crying earlier immediately smiled through her tears. After the green ox stood up, he looked at the white-clothed woman in front of the little girl in shock. He touched the slap mark on his face and said, "Damn it, where did this fierce woman come from?" Among the figures in the chaotic battle, die. Yi Qin stabbed through the crowd with the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand. His figure was untraceable like a ghost. Wherever he passed, many Western experts successively died under his sword, forming a ghastly and bloody path. Mad Southern Yi, let me fight you! The second prince of the blood race, Rodney, let out a roar as a pair of huge purplish-golden bat wings appeared behind him. The pair of violet-gold bat wings were like clouds that covered the sky, and there were dense talisman markings surging on them, giving them a strange and unfathomable feeling. Roar! As he opened his mouth, a pair of sharp and long fangs appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was as if an ancient, ferocious beast was roaring. Boom! He flapped his wings and disappeared from where he was instantly. He left an afterimage that looked like a black dragon in the air and charged at Yi Qin at 10 times the speed of sound. The huge, purplish-gold bat wings on its back actually cut the space around it apart. It was terrifying. As expected of the second prince of the blood tribe, the Western experts who were secretly watching this scene were secretly shocked. Clearly, it was their first time seeing Rodney attack. Yi Qin held the true martial thousand lightning sword in his hand. Purple lightning flowed through his entire body as he slashed. At that moment, lightning surged between heaven and earth. A sword gleam that tore through the sky, swallowing and spitting sword gleams as it charged into the sky. It was like a terrifying sea of swords. Rumble! Rodney's pupils dilated instantly. Before he could react, his entire body was split into two. A thick, bloody mist rose into the sky. This scene was witnessed by many people in the West, and everyone's faces were filled with shock. He had killed the second prince of the blood tribe with a single strike. How dare an ant-like thing attack me? Yi Qin's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and charged tirelessly at the Japanese Yin-Yang master, the heavenly Yin master. At the same time, the expression of the messenger on Mount Olympus, Hermes, changed. He seemed to have sensed what Yi Qin was thinking. At the next moment, light surged in his hand, and a magic staff that was filled with endless divine radiance suddenly appeared. He stepped toward Yi Qin directly. "This path is blocked." At that moment, the patriarch of Kunlun Ruins' Purple Cap Mountain, Zi Qingsang, intercepted him. "Your opponent is me. You're courting death." The messenger, Hermes, had an extremely grim expression. Divine light erupted from his body, dazzling and resplendent as he attacked Zi Qingsang. Rumble! The two saint-level existences were officially fighting. In the north of the chaotic battlefield, clang, clang, an old man from China killed several people with a single slash. Then he furrowed his brows and roared, "I'm the saber saint of China. Who dares to fight me? I'll kill you." The high priest of Totem City, South Africa's secret realm, Christian, leaped over. The strange totem between his brows flickered. "Kill." The two of them exchanged blows instantly. Bang! A few seconds later, the old man's head flew into the air. His body fell rapidly, and he died on the spot. South of the battlefield, a beast king that had mutated from an elephant on Mount Olympus waved its trunk and pierced through a Chinese monkey king. The Chinese monkey king's heart was instantly pierced, but before it died, it self-destructed. Rumble! Under such power, 3 Beast Kings, including the Beast King on Mount Olympus, were killed on the spot. West of the battlefield, an old Tibetan Lama in a yellow kasaya was torn in half by a South African warhound's giant, and a bloody mist filled the air. Living Buddha! In the distance, a young Tibetan Buddhist youth vomited blood and almost fainted after witnessing this scene. Just as he was in a daze, a supreme giant of the Indian Golden Lion clan wielded a long spear and stabbed towards the back of the Golden Lion clan. "Be careful!" With a cry of alarm, an old man from China blocked in front of him and forcefully endured the spear. The old man's vitality quickly dissipated, and he smiled calmly. "Child, don't be sad. Don't cry. The living Buddha died a worthy death. After his death, he should enter the Western paradise." After saying that, his eyes slowly closed. "Ah!" The young Tibetan Buddhist roared repeatedly. His eyes were bloodshot as he pounced into the crowd. "Come and kill me! Come and kill me!" Several murderous intents attacked him, but at this moment a huge hoof descended from the sky, directly trampling those Western experts to death. "Silly boy, Grandpa Ox will bring you to kill people." The green bull swung its tail and directly dragged the young Tibetan Buddhist onto its back. Then it puffed out a few white breaths from its nostrils. The green bull's body expanded to 100 feet, and relying on its thick skin and flesh, it fearlessly charged into the crowd. With the movement of his horns, many people were trampled to death. The number of Western experts that died under his hooves was innumerable. 1 kick for 1 child. The green bull's ferocious nature was unleashed. In the next moment, an earth-shattering scream shook the entire world. No, the scream immediately attracted everyone's attention, and it spread across the entire Hua Nation Sea. End of this chapter. Chapter 1033. Above the Manan Sea. At this moment, it was as if they had fallen into purgatory on earth. Tens of thousands of experts from the east and west fell into an endless battle. Kill, kill, kill. All the Chinese martial artists' eyes were bloodshot as a thought appeared in their minds. That was to kill. Kill all the Western experts in front of them. Kill until the sky cries blood. Kill until the world trembles. The world was covered by the sounds of battle, screams, furious roars and roars. The blood energy that filled the sky stimulated everyone. Just like that, people died one after another or fell from the sky. There were Western cultivators and Hua cultivators among them. No, right at this moment, a scream that could shatter heaven and earth rang out from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. In the sky, a large amount of blood energy swept in all directions. A figure with a cold aura suddenly collapsed, mixed with blood and splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Yi Qin, who was standing before him, had cold eyes. Although he was bathed in blood, he was not stained with any blood. Heavenly Evil Master! At this moment, the movements of the Western experts froze, and their eyes were filled with extreme shock. The most powerful Yin-Yang Master in Japan, the Heavenly Evil Master, was dead. Moreover, he was killed by Yi Chen with a single punch. He's too powerful. How can mad Southern Yi be so powerful? Countless people shuddered at the thought of this. One had to know that the Heavenly Evil Master's strength was infinitely close to that of a saint. In the entire world, he was one of the few peerless powerhouses. However, he died so miserably. On the other hand, the Chinese experts were filled with excitement and cheers, especially the many powerhouses from the Kunlun ruins. They did not expect Yi Chen's strength to increase so quickly. Even the god's messenger, Hermes, who was fighting the Kunlun ruins saint, had a change of expression. Yi Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. He even vaguely sensed danger. "Bunch of trash, continue to kill me." Yi Chen stood in the air with a cold expression. He looked down on everyone like a god. "Mad Southern Yi from China is here. Which Western dog wants to die? Rumble. As soon as he said that, many Western experts roared and charged at him with bloodshot eyes. He's too powerful. Let's attack together. Saint Harris of India shouted. Then, golden blood burst out of his body. Not to mention ordinary people. Even a quasi-sage would be shocked by this kind of pressure. Kill! The South African war hound's giant expert's body doubled in size once again. Then he raised his hammer and smashed towards Yi Chen step by step. With every step he took, the space beneath his feet would tremble and then shatter. His physical body could be said to be abnormal. The next moment, the high priest of North America's totem city, the bishop of Houston's fire god sect, the Dark Wolf clan's beast king, the Egyptian mummy pharaoh, and the others all attacked together. Elder Qing Xian swung his sword, and a sword beam pierced through the air. His voice was like thunder. If you want to bully us with numbers, you still have to ask if we agree. And us, the corpse sect master, Wu Tianho, and the rest leaped out and stood in front of Yi Chen to protect him at the same time. Killing intent surged from their bodies. However, at that moment, Yi Chen's cold voice came. All of you leave! Peak Master, Elder Qing Xian, wanted to speak by instinct. Never had he thought that Yi Chen would dare to fight more than 10 supreme powerhouses of the secret realms on his own. Leave. Go and save the others. You must reduce the casualties of our Chinese martial artists. Yi Chen squinted as he could not deny it. Subsequently, he took a step forward and actually took the initiative to walk towards the supreme powerhouses of the secret realms. A thunderous voice resounded through the entire sea. We will not stop fighting until the last person is killed. Arrogant, the giant expert from the South African warhounds tribe shouted and waved his hammer. He pierced through the air and charged at Yi Chen. Boom! Yi Chen waved his fist. His movements seemed to be slow, but after that punch was thrown, the terrifying might seemed to be able to shatter the world. Oh no! The South African warhound's giant's expression changed. He was shocked because he felt that his soul was about to shatter under Yi Chen's punch. Rumble! Killing intent surged in Yi Chen's eyes. The momentum of his punch did not decrease at all. When his punch landed, it directly shattered the giant hammer. Retreat! The warhound's giant instantly spat a mouthful of blood. His face was dispirited, and he retreated without saying a word. Don't let him find a chance. Saint Harris and the others from India roared furiously. As several terrifying auras erupted, more than 10 experts fought to be the first to unleash their strongest attacks. Bang, bang, bang! Divine radiance surged on Yi Chen's body. He did not even make a sound as he continued to charge forward. His attacks were wide, as if he was possessed by a god of war. Bang! The punch landed on the warhound's giant's shoulder, shattering half of the giant's shoulder along with his right arm. The latter screamed continuously. He was terrified to discover that the body that he was proud of seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Yi Chen. Bang! Another punch landed. This punch was still righteous and invincible. It forcefully smashed the former's head into a pile of meat paste. Kill! At the sight of this scene, the eyes of everyone else were filled with shock, and then they were covered by madness. Yi Chen's expression remained cold. He continued to swing his invincible fists, vowing to kill all his enemies. Boom! The high priest of Totem City in North America was dead. The king of the Dark Wolf clan was dead. The great wizard of the Fire God sect was dead. He punched continuously, and each punch would kill a person mercilessly and domineeringly. The people who were fighting around him stopped at some point in time. All of them watched the scene in shock. Too powerful. Yi Chen is too powerful. The hearts of the Western powerhouses who were extremely confident before this gradually sank as they watched the supreme powerhouses die one after another. On the other hand, many Chinese martial artists felt their blood boil when they saw that. They were all shocked by Yi Chen's ferocity. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a flash of brilliance in St. Harris's hand, and then a golden tree branch appeared. The veins on the branch were clearly visible, like rapidly pulsing blood vessels, faintly emitting an extremely strange and dangerous aura. Even the other Western powerhouses' expressions changed at that moment, and their scalps went numb. Golden Divine Tree. A Western powerhouse sucked in a breath of cold air. This is the spirit treasure of the #1 powerhouse in India. It's said that this tree has an independent life and feeds on blood. Anyone trapped by it will instantly turn into a pool of blood. Mad Southern Yi, I didn't want to use the spirit treasure that Master gave me, but you forced me to do this. Extreme madness flashed across the face of the Indian St. Harris, before he suddenly waved the golden branch in his hand. P.S. Just 1 chapter for today. I'll update as usual tomorrow. The reason why I didn't update yesterday was because I caught a cold. After driving, I realized that I wasn't feeling well, so I slept from 2 p.m. to 11 a.m. I know some people won't believe me, but there have been a lot of people who have caught a cold these days. Plus, I usually stay up late and lack of exercise, so my body's resistance is too weak. End of this chapter. Chapter 1034. Swoosh! As St. Harris waved the golden tree branch in his hand, the golden tree branch instantly expanded. Under everyone's gaze, 7 small branches grew out of thin air on the golden tree branch. They were all blood red, and an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from them. What a powerful blood aura! As expected of the #1 powerhouse in India, Lord Gerard Beast Emperor's spirit treasure. It said that in order to refine this treasure, Lord Gerard forcefully took in hundreds of thousands of refugees. This golden divine tree absorbed hundreds of thousands of blood aura. At that moment, the expressions of the Western powerhouses changed. Many experts from the Huan nation stared at the Emperor Realm Divine Tree with extremely solemn expressions. The Beast Emperor's spirit treasure. Could Mad Southern Yi resist it? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Immediately after, the 7 small branches on the Emperor's stage divine tree moved in the wind and flew out at the same time. They were like the ferocious tongues of ancient ferocious beasts. As the golden divine tree expanded, St. Harris's body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clearly, he had sacrificed all of his blood aura. Mad Southern Yi die. Ha ha ha! Harris, who was as shriveled as a mummy, laughed maniacally. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 branches that were like ferocious tongues charged at Yi Qin with a monstrous, murderous aura. They were so powerful that they almost covered the entire world. Is that all you've got? You want to kill me? Yi Qin placed one hand behind his back and extended the other from his chest. His movements seemed extremely ordinary. However, in everyone's eyes, it was like an azure dragon's giant claw that swept across the region, forcefully traversing the sky. Rumble! The azure dragon's giant claw directly enveloped the golden divine tree that covered the sky. A visible origin energy storm swept out in all directions, accompanied by a large amount of blood aura. Its might was shocking. St. Harris spat a mouthful of blood and retreated repeatedly. His face was filled with extreme shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? That was a spirit treasure bestowed by his master, the only Beast Emperor in India. Even the Beast Emperor of the West or the Saint of the East could not destroy it, right? However, Yi Qin crushed it forcefully. His expression changed as he thought to this point. He then looked at Yi Qin. Why, you're a saint. Die! Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qin stepped forward and an endless amount of divine might bloomed under his foot. Bang! The killing intent in Yi Qin's eyes was boundless. His gaze was terrifying and his black hair fluttered in the wind. With a stomp, he crushed the man's body and turned his astral body into ashes. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth fell into a dead silence. At this moment, whether it was the experts from the east or the west, all of their expressions changed. and they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was especially true for the Western powerhouses. They were in despair. Although the Indian Saint Harris only had the battle prowess of a quasi-saint, his strength was enough to place him in the top 20 in the entire world. Furthermore, he had the help of the Beast King's sharp weapon. Even if the Beast King were to personally attack him, he would not be able to kill him so quickly. However, he was killed by Yi Chen with a single stomp. Sage! He's a saint. Some of the surviving concealed state experts roared out in rage, their faces filled with disbelief. As soon as these words came out, the entire place was silent. A saint. In the West, this level of combat power represented the existence of a beast emperor. In the entire world, it was only an index. Some people refused to believe it, but the truth was right before their eyes. It had only been half an hour since the battle between the East and the West started. However, too many powerhouses had died in Yi Chen's hands. Saint Harris of India, Japanese Yin Yang Master, Heavenly Yin Evil Master, England's second prince of the Blood Tribe, Totem City's high priest, Christian. In total, there were more than 20 of them, and they were all supreme powerhouses from the various secret realms and holy lands. Die. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the Patriarch of Hell killed a Beast King from Mount Olympus with a single strike. Yi Wushuang, Luo Tianya, and the rest killed many people one after another, causing the balance of the battle to tilt in China's favor. On the other hand, the Oracle of Mount Olympus had already fought with the Kunlun ruined saint, Zi Qingsung, to the heavens. Both sides were injured, and they were fighting with their lives on the line. The West is doomed. What should we do now? Should we run? No. If we run away, the Chinese powerhouses will definitely take advantage of the victory to pursue us. We'll die even faster. How can mad Southern Yi be so powerful? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have joined the East Punitive Army, even if I was beaten to death. At that moment, discussions broke out among the Western Army. Many people were terrified and regretful. At the end of the day, Yi Chen had no enmity with some of the secret realms and holy lands. The reason why they joined in was purely because they thought that mad Southern Yi would definitely lose with so many secret realms and holy lands working together. Therefore, they joined in because they wanted to fish in troubled waters and get a share of the loot. However, who would have thought that after the battle started, it would be such an unacceptable outcome? Now, we can only rely on the holy mountain, Mount Olympus Oracle, to turn the tide. Lord Oracle is being held back by the Eastern Saints. I'm afraid he won't be able to care about us unless we have a hidden trump card. Countless Western powerhouses were secretly terrified. It was as if to verify his guess. At that moment, a young man in a suit took a step forward. He looked at Yi Chen and said while sneering, "Mad Southern Yi, don't be too cocky. Before we came, the Blood Clan had a backup plan. The Vatican also has a backup plan." The only remaining red-robed archbishop in the Vatican's camp also sneered. Before everyone could react, the young man in the suit suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and quickly drew a strange, blood-colored rune in the air. "Your Excellency, the first Prince Nicholas, your most loyal child, Gaia, awaits your arrival with a blood sacrifice." The young man in the suit knelt on the ground, looking extremely pious. As soon as he said that, intense noises came from the Western camp that was originally in an uproar. Prince Nicholas. No one knew how long the first prince of the Blood Clan of England had lived, and no one had seen his face. The only thing they knew was that everyone who had seen him was dead. Moreover, it was said that the current Blood Clan's Devil Banquet Party was his descendant. This person was known as the father of the Blood Clan. He's actually going to summon the first Prince Nicholas. If that's the case, Mad Southern Yi will definitely die. Many Western powerhouses were secretly delighted. They stared at the space around them, faintly prepared to welcome the battle. However, as time passed, there was no movement between heaven and earth. In the end, even the young man's expression changed. He kowtowed again and said, Your Excellency, the first Prince Nicholas, your most loyal child, Gaia, awaits your arrival with a blood sacrifice. Are you going to summon this piece of trash?" At that moment, a disdainful voice came from the western horizon. Chapter 1035. Who is it? The Blood Tribe youth was shocked. It wasn't just him. Everyone present couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. Over there, a middle-aged man dressed in black armor walked through the air. With every step he took, black murderous aura filled the air. If one took a closer look, they would realize that he was holding a black box in his hand. The box was wrapped in red cloth. What a powerful, baleful energy! Zombie, he's the Eastern zombie. Many of the Western experts gasped when they saw who it was, especially the red-robed Archbishop of the Vatican. Yi Qin squinted. It's him. The person was Qin Jian, Ying's subordinate. He's actually stepped into the Corpse King stage. The shock in Yi Chen's eyes intensified when he sensed a change in his aura. Seems like he absorbed quite a lot of people. The last time he saw Qin Jian, his strength was still at the level of a supreme giant. Now he had become a Corpse King, and his battle prowess was comparable to a quasi-saint. At the next moment, Qin Jian threw the black box in his hand, and it landed in front of the blood-kindred youth. Bang! The moment the black box landed on the ground, it gently bounced open, and a blood-red head was completely exposed to the air. Plop! At that moment, the Blood Tribe youth fell heavily to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Your Excellency, Prince Nicholas, whoosh! Hearing that, the world was in an uproar. The head in the black box belonged to the mysterious first prince of the Blood Tribe, Nicholas. One had to know that he was in existence comparable to a beast emperor. Now his head had been chopped off. Yi Qin took a good look at the bloody hole on the head's neck and secretly frowned. Could this be Ying's doing? Your first prince, Nicholas, has been killed by my lord, and your demon banquet alliance has been destroyed by my lord. Qin Jian was dressed in black armor, and his expression was extremely cold. As soon as that was said, the entire place fell silent. Everyone knew that the Blood Tribe was divided into 3 alliances. There were the Demon Banquet Alliance, the Neutral Alliance, and the Secret Alliance. The members of the Demon Banquet Alliance were the strongest, but they were actually destroyed now. I remember now. At this time in the Western camp, a Beast King roared hysterically, "There's an Eastern zombie that killed his way into our Western camp. He calls himself Ing." It's actually him. Another person's face was filled with shock. It said that this person was an eternal emperor from the East more than 2,000 years ago, a man of great talent and bold vision. Impossible. At this time, the Blood Clan young man shook his head repeatedly. How can you destroy the Demon Banquet Alliance? Prince Nicholas and the first prince of the Secret Alliance are twin brothers. He will not leave us to die. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Your demonic Banquet Alliance was annihilated, and the Secret Alliance's first prince, Nicholas, had all the blood in his body sucked dry by my master and willingly became a slave. Qin Jian laughed coldly and revealed another piece of incomparably shocking news. Even the Neutral Alliance is no exception. My master unified your Western Blood Clan, and even your Blood Clan's ancestor, Cain, was sucked dry of blood by my master and became a slave. Boom! His words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone and causing them to be overwhelmed with shock, unable to recover for a long time. Even the ancestor of the Blood Clan, Cain, was dead. After all, he was the first vampire in Western mythology. It was because of his appearance that the Blood Tribe of today came into being. In the Eastern myths, humans were created by Nuwa. In Western mythology, the first human beings were created by God. They were Adam and Eve. The people who came later were born of Adam and Eve, so they were known as the father and mother of all living things. In the Bible, Cain was one of the 2 sons born to Adam and Eve. Because Cain was jealous of his younger brother Abel, he killed Abel. After that, he was punished by God and became a vampire. Although he was immortal, he had to endure the hunger of mortals. If the Eastern zombie ancestor was Jiangqin, then Cain was the Western vampire ancestor. How did he manage to absorb such a powerful being? Amazing! Even Yi Qin was shocked. He could not help but squint and say, "Ing will definitely become more powerful after biting Cain." Although he didn't understand the blood kindred, he was still a blood kindred. However, he knew that both zombies and blood clan fed on blood. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more vigorous their vital energy and blood would be. It was a great tonic for zombies and blood clan. Now that Ing had bitten Cain, he was probably going to become a demon. Just as everyone was digesting the shocking news, Qin Jian's cold gaze swept across the place and eventually landed on Yi Qin. Mad Southern Yi. After my master entered the West, he trampled on America, suppressed England, and almost swept through half of Europe. Qin Jian enunciated word by word. My master asked me to come here and make a bet with you. Do you dare to accept it? What bet? Yi Qin frowned. My master once said that the biggest holy places in the West are the Vatican and Mount Olympus. Among them, there's a heavenly kingdom in the Vatican, and the Garden of Gods in Mount Olympus. Qin Jian chuckled and did not hide the arrogance between his brows. My master wants to imitate the Chu River and the Han boundary. Mount Olympus is the Chu River, and the Vatican is the Han boundary. He attacks the Chu River, and you attack the Han boundary. Whoever attacks first will be the winner. Why does he attack the Chu River and I attack the Han boundary? Yi Qin smiled lightly. He was amused by Ying's idea. Qin Jian's smile turned cold. The great Qin dynasty was destroyed by the remnants of the 6 countries. This is the grudge between the great Qin dynasty and the 6 countries that has lasted for hundreds of years. My master naturally wants to destroy Chu. Although the Han dynasty unified the world after the Qin dynasty was destroyed, the Qin dynasty was not destroyed by Liu Bang, the ancestor of Han. In reality, the Qin dynasty was destroyed by the remnants of the 6 countries led by Xiangyu and the other descendants of Chu. On the other hand, the ancestor of Han, Liu Bang, hid until the end. In the end, he fought with the overlord of Western Chu, Xiangyu, at Gaixia for hegemony. Only then did he defeat Chu and reap the fruits of the world. Therefore, Ing naturally hated the remnants of the 6 countries the most. He placed all his hatred for the destruction of the Qin dynasty on the 6 countries. Yi Qin could not help but laugh after figuring it out. Following Qin Jian's words, the red-robed Archbishop Schiller of the church was furious. How dare you blaspheme the Almighty Church? Even the beast kings of Mount Olympus had killing intent on their faces. This guy was actually discussing destroying Mount Olympus with someone else. Qin Jian looked at him provocatively. Mad Southern Yi, do you dare to accept the challenge? Sorry, I'm not interested. Yi Qin shook his head. Qin Jian seemed to have guessed his attitude a long time ago. A strange arc appeared on his face. What if this is the bet? At the next moment, a soul appeared in his hand. Yi Qin's calm expression finally changed the moment he saw the soul. Chapter 1036. Old Yi, Yang Tian, leaped over from the side. When he looked at the soul, his gaze was trembling, but it was mostly filled with excitement. It was the face of the soul. It was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary appearance. However, his eyes were extremely blank and chaotic. Boom! At that moment, endless killing intent erupted from Yi Qin's body. The killing intent seemed to cause the world to change color at that moment. He took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. Then he appeared before Qin Jian. Qin Jian's expression changed, and he wanted to retaliate. At the next moment, a large hand gripped his neck tightly. It lifted his entire body into the air. Lin Tai. The soul in Qin Jian's hand belonged to Lin Tai. To be precise, it was only the life soul of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. After Lin Tai died, he had tried to summon the souls of Lin Tai, second uncle, Second Ant, and Niu Qing Shan. In the end, he only summoned back 2 souls and 4 spirits. There was still 1 soul and 3 spirits that were not summoned back. They were not within his power range at all. With an incomplete soul, it was impossible to revive a person. One of the 3 spirits was the life soul. As time passed, Yi Chen lost hope. He did not expect Lin Tai's life soul to appear in Qin Jian's hands. Apart from being excited, there was also a hint of hostility. Yi Chen's trembling voice was heard. "Tell me, how did you get Lin Tai's soul?" Qin Jian was shocked. He was shocked by Yi Chen's terrifying ability once again. Initially, he thought that even if he was not Yi Chen's match after breaking through to a Corpse King, he would at least have a chance to fight back. However, he did not expect him to be so weak. He took a deep breath in and looked at Yi Chen fearlessly. He seemed to be disdainful. "You want to kill me? Do you think I don't dare?" Yi Chen exerted force in his arm, causing his throat to crack. "You dare? I don't doubt it." Qin Jian was not afraid at all. He said with a spurious smile, "However, if you kill me, you can forget about getting the souls of the rest. My second uncle, Second Ant, and old Niu's souls are in your hands too." Yi Chen increased the force in his hand. "Ka, ka, ka." Qin Jian's neck quickly caved in. He said without a blush or gasping for breath, "Not only that, there is also a soul with the surname Chen in the hands of the master." "Old Chen." Yi Chen was shocked. He then tossed it aside and grabbed through the air, forcefully grabbing Lin Tai's life soul. "Get lost. Go back and tell your master that I'll accept this bet. And the bet is that I want the souls of second uncle, second aunt, and the others." As soon as he said that, Qin Jian revealed a satisfied smile. Mad Southern Yi master was right. Being loyal is your weakness. Just based on this, you will never be able to compare to my master. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the sky and left. He did not ask what kind of bet Yi Chen would have to pay if he lost, because winning didn't need it. He only wanted one result. Was he going to defeat Yi Chen more, or was Yi Chen going to defeat him more? Of course, the best way to compete was naturally a real battle between the two of them. However, to Ying, it was just a brute's bravery. Pure combat strength could only be considered courageous, but not astute. There had been too many people like this since ancient times. They were not worthy of respect. As Qin Jian left, the temperature at the scene cooled down again. The camp of the Western powerhouses was dead silent. It was one thing for dozens of secret realms and Holy Land masters to be killed one after another. But even the Blood Clan had been unified by the Eastern zombies. They had joined forces to kill their way into the East. But in the end, an Eastern zombie was killing them from behind. This was no different from a fire in their backyard. How were they supposed to fight? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Western army had lost. Whether it was their fighting spirit or peak combat strength, they could not compare to the Chinese powerhouses. Many people had different thoughts. In the end, a Western monk sighed and said, "I'm sorry, but the ancient Buddha Holy Land has withdrawn. We will no longer participate in this war between the East and the West." With that, he led thousands of Western monk soldiers towards the West in front of everyone. Fuck! The red-robed Archbishop Schiller of the Vatican City was enraged. Obviously, he did not expect things to turn out this way. The Naga secret realm is withdrawing as well. A blonde lady from the Naga secret realm in South America said and left with her people. Let's go, let's go. We can't do this." With two forces withdrawing one after another, the Western camp was in an uproar. Many secret realms wanted to leave. After knowing that there was still a massacre in the West, it could be said that all the forces in Europe were in a complete panic. After all, no one could guarantee that Ying would not destroy the forces they were in. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, a bolt of lightning exploded. A purple gleam appeared between heaven and earth and took the lead to charge at the people from the ancient Buddha Holy Land. Yi Qin had attacked. The Western sect had joined forces to provoke him and China. How could he let these people leave just like that? Boom! As the purple gleam tore through the sky, a sword chime resounded through the sky. A 300-meter-long sword gleam slashed down from the sky, heading straight for the old monk from the ancient Buddha, Holy Land. Mad Southern EU, the old monk's expression changed instantly. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Qin to be relentless even though he had taken the initiative to withdraw. At that moment, waves of golden light erupted from the kasaya on his body. Subsequently, he leaped into the distance. Rumble. Ah! As an incomparably sharp scream rang out, the former was directly slashed apart by the 300-meter-long sword gleam. Run, run! The other Western powerhouses were initially hesitant about whether to run, but after witnessing this scene, the hesitation in their hearts completely disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the black mass of people scattered in all directions, fighting to be the first to flee. The Western army, which had come with such force that the world trembled in fear, completely collapsed. "We can't let them escape." The Patriarch of Hell roared repeatedly, "We must kill all of them here. Otherwise, it's no different from releasing a tiger back into the mountains." That's right. Today, the Chinese sea will be their burial ground. Luo Tianya roared. Yi Qin stood in the air and shouted like thunder, "Everyone, it's time to counterattack. This time, not only will we kill them, but we'll also kill our way into the West and destroy their inheritance." Kill them. Kill our way into the West and destroy all enemies. Elder Qing Xian let out a long roar. Charge. Kill our way to the West. This time, I, Deng Feng, must completely defeat them to repay the peace of our descendants for hundreds of years. Kill, kill, kill. Don't let a single one of them escape. Seeing this scene, countless people shouted repeatedly. They were both excited and excited. They felt like their blood was about to spurt out of their bodies. The retreat of the Western army had completely announced the collapse of their alliance. Meanwhile, the Chinese powerhouses were still united and united. In an instant, the sea surged and the wind and cloud surged. All the powerhouses in the East moved out together and joined forces to kill their way to the West. P.S. Chapter 3 has been updated today. End of this chapter. Chapter 1037. Kill them. We won't stop until we kill them all. Western Expedition. Western Expedition. Many Chinese martial artists joined forces to chase after the Western army. They chased all the way from China's sea to the Atlantic Ocean. The Western army was utterly defeated. Anyone who fell behind was killed. Blood almost dyed the entire world red, and the sea was filled with corpses. The commotion caused by so many people was naturally extraordinary. The entire sea seemed to be trembling, and the might was even more shocking than a million-strong army. Meanwhile, the countries around the world who were observing this scene through satellite surveillance were collectively petrified. Oh my God, what did I just see? Our Western army is being hunted down by Chinese martial artists. That's an alliance made up of hundreds of countries, more than 30 secret realms, and holy lands. How could it be defeated by mad Southerny, just like that? Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable. Countless people were horrified. The upper echelons of countless countries trembled because of this, and their faces turned pale. Shocking. Mad Southerny led countless Chinese cultivators to turn the tide and directly cripple the Western army. Now he's even chasing them to the Atlantic Ocean to kill them all. This is unbelievable. Glory, this is the glory of the Chinese cultivation world. This time, China will definitely shock the world. Who would dare to provoke us again? Mad Southerny, China is magnificent. Compared to the fear of the Western countries, China was filled with joy. Countless people were collectively shocked when they received the news, and then they rejoiced. On the Atlantic Ocean, many Western troops fled in a sorry state, as if they wanted to return to Europe through Turkey on the Atlantic Ocean. In this battle, They were truly afraid of being killed. The land of death. China is the land of death. Hell, this is hell. Damn Japan, damn India, damn England. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have joined the Eastern expedition, no matter what. The leaders of the various forces did their best. They wished that they had 2 more legs, afraid that Yi Chen and the rest would catch up to them. They were filled with regret this time. They thought that it would be easy to destroy the Chinese cultivation world with the help of many secret realms and holy lands. However, they did not expect to suffer a double loss. Kill. Suppressing the West with my sword. I won't return until I flatten the West. The Chinese powerhouses chased relentlessly. Their shouts shook the sky, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Even though many of them were bathed in blood, their eyes were filled with extreme excitement. A real man should wield his sword to kill. How delightful was that! Yi Chen, the patriarch of hell, and many powerhouses from the Kunlun ruins chased at the front. They mercilessly harvested the Western powerhouses who fell behind. In just 2 hours, 2/3 of the Western army had been killed, as if they were harvesting wheat. In the void, there were still 2 people fighting, and the might of their battle had even affected many Western experts. The people fighting were the saint of Purple Cat Mountain, Zi Qingtsang, and the oracle of Mount Olympus, Hermes. Boom! Zi Qingtsang raised one hand, and a world-shaking fist energy heavily bombarded Hermes's body. Bang! Hermes grunted and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His eyes were filled with regret. Saint of the East, don't go too far. Are you regretting it? Zi Qingtsang smirked coldly. His wounds were also affected, and his face turned pale. I've said before, since you dare to come this time, don't even think about going back. You're courting death. The oracle, Hermes, was furious, and his expression was sinister. Our strengths are on par. If we fight to the death, you won't be any better. Then let's give it a try. Zi Qingtsang's gaze turned cold, and he did not say anything else. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body increased instead. The monstrous pressure compressed the surface of the sea 800 meters in the sky until it deformed. Kill! Yi Chen let out a long roar and tore a flying beast king that was forced to a dead end apart. Blood splattered across the sky. At that moment, he was like a demon master, a terrifying subordinate. His eyes were so cold that no one dared to look at him directly. What Western sect? What gods? He did not take them seriously at all. There was only one word in his mind, and that was to kill anyone who stood in his way. This was a form of extreme confidence and conceit. He was invincible, and it was as if he wanted to trample the entire world beneath his feet. With him taking the lead, the Chinese powerhouses behind him were infected and became fearless of death. Netherworld, Nirvana finger, die. The patriarch of hell formed a gigantic finger, seal, out of thin air. It pierced through the air and landed in the Western rebel camp. Rumble. As the deafening sound rang out, the surface of the sea within a radius of 3,000 meters sank, forming a vacuum. There were no corpses of the Western powerhouses. Boom! Yi Wushuang's eyes were as deep as the night sky, and an invisible sword gleam flashed in his eyes. At the next moment, the bodies of the 3 demi-saint powerhouses from the west that had joined forces to attack him froze, and they did not move at all. One of them spat out a mouthful of blood and stared blankly at the white-clothed young man before him. Do you have a sword or not? I am the sword, and the sword is me, Yi Wushuang said calmly. Plop, plop, plop. The 3 corpses all fell from the sky. If one took a closer look, they would realize that there were no injuries on their bodies at all. They killed without spilling blood, with a red between their brows. However, they died in such a strange manner. Even until they died, they did not know if Yi Wushuang used a sword or not. The patriarch of hell, who was in the distance, was instantly agitated when he saw this scene. Today, the patriarch of hell's name will be known throughout the world. The Patriarch of Hell was not to be outdone. He took a step forward and directly crushed a snake-type beast king in the west. Kill! Luo Tianya was covered in blood. Elder Qing Xian was not to be outdone either. I surrender, I surrender. Many Western powerhouses were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene. They wanted to surrender without hesitation. If you don't accept my surrender, die. A Chinese powerhouse said coldly, I'll kill all of you today to shock the world, raise the dignity of China, and bring peace to the world. The Western powerhouse who spoke earlier shuddered and was about to self-destruct in an incomparably crazy manner. However, right after that, countless attacks bombarded him one after another, directly bombarding him until not even a speck of dust was left. My fellow Chinese compatriots, I'm a Chinese mongrel. We're all from the same clan. Please spare my life. A Western Shiba Inu beast king trembled and fawned on him. He even squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying on his face. Bulsh *T. In the Chinese camp, a beast king that had evolved from a mutated dog charged over. You're clearly a Japanese dog. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Also, what I hate the most in my life is people calling me a dog. I'm called a Chinese field dog. Chapter 1038. The Seuss Fire God sect was destroyed. The Dark Demon Wolf clan was destroyed. The Warhounds giant clan was destroyed. The Vatican Knights Charge was destroyed. In less than half a day, the Western army made up of over 30 secret realms and holy lands was almost wiped out. On the road to the west, blood was shed with every step. The news of the great battle between the East and the West spread to Europe one after another, shocking the entire world. Just like that, the Chinese army chased them all the way through Turkey and officially stepped into Europe. Patriarch! Yi Chen suddenly called out to the Patriarch of Hell, who was collecting the Beast King Beast cores crazily. Now that all the Chinese powerhouses are out, Japan will definitely make a move. At this point, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Go back and make a trip to Japan. You can trigger the nascent soul, heavenly tribulation there. All right. The Patriarch of Hell agreed happily. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After all, he had already reached perfected golden core after returning from Mount Tai. He could trigger the heavenly tribulation to step into nascent soul at any time. Yi Chen ordered. Elder Qing Xian and fellow cultivators from the 5 ancient clans, follow the Patriarch. But Peak Master, didn't you agree to the bet with Ing? Now that you're about to step into Greece. Elder Qing Xian hesitated. Before that, Yi Chen had resolutely accepted the bet to attack the Vatican and Mount Olympus with Ing in order to retrieve his second uncle and second aunt souls. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had transferred them away at that moment. It was no different from losing an arm, greatly increasing the difficulty of attacking the Vatican. Don't worry about it. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said non-committally, although many powerhouses have been killed in the great battle between the East and the West this time, there are still some who slipped through the net. We should make sure that they will never be able to make a comeback. Elder Qing Xian could not believe his ears. Wu Shuang. Yi Chen looked at Yi Wushuang again. Lead the witchcraft sect and corpse sect to America. Brother Tianya, lead the Tao sect, Star sect, and Spirit Talisman sect to Australia. Sky Roaming Dragon King, lead the Chinese Beast Kings to Africa. Yi Chen's orders were given one after another. Everyone was shocked. The 5 continents were at war at the same time. Yi Chen was really going to suppress the world. After splitting up into 5 groups, the force behind Yi Chen decreased drastically. There were less than 10 quasi-saints left. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous sound came from the void, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Mad Southern Yi, Eastern Saint, just you wait. Mount Olympus will fight you to the death. God Messenger Hermes self-destructed his arm and blasted a hole in the void. Then he leaped into the void and escaped. Zi Qingsong coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and chased after him. Where do you think you're going? Brother Zi, there's no need to chase anymore. Yi Qin stopped him and took a deep look in the direction that Hermes had escaped to. Ing will definitely attack Mount Olympus this time. This person is simply courting death if he goes back. Fellow Yi, has that Qing corpse really grown to such an extent? Zi Qingsong consumed a medicinal pill and quickly adjusted his breathing. Until now, he still could not believe that Ying's strength could recover so quickly. It must be known that in order to suppress him back then, the 9 clans had sent out many sages. His ability is beyond your imagination. It's best if you don't provoke him. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. Based on his guess, Ing was at least in existence at his peak. His strength was comparable to a perfected nascent soul, Cultivator. If he successfully cultivated the 3 pure ones, he would probably be comparable to a god, transformation stage divine lord. At that time, he would be able to destroy mountains and rivers with a single thought. Zi Qingsong's pupils constricted violently. He knew how terrifying Yi Qin was. However, even Yi Qin was a little afraid of Ing. From this, it could be seen that Ing was not as simple as he thought. The green ox wagged its tail and carried Meng Meng over. It grinned happily. Master, where are we going now? In reality, how could he not be happy? During the chase earlier, after many Western powerhouses had died, this ox had been collecting the spoils of war, including supreme holy medicine, beast king inner cores, and corpses. Its hand speed was even faster than the Patriarch of Hell's, causing the Patriarch of Hell to grit his teeth. He even had the thought of robbing them afterward. To destroy the Vatican, of course. Demon King Yi Qin squinted in the direction of the Vatican. As long as he destroyed the Vatican before Ing, he would be able to retrieve the remaining souls of second uncle, second aunt, and the others. Although their bodies were no longer complete and could not be revived immediately, he could think of a way to turn them into ghost cultivators. When they became ghost immortals in the future, they could still reconstruct their bodies. At the same time, on Mount Olympus was the tallest mountain in Greece. This mountain had the same status as Kunlun Mountain in China. In Greek mythology, it was a divine mountain. According to legend, the gods, demigods, and their servants in Greek mythology lived on this mountain. At this moment, under Mount Olympus, in the void, a man in a black, luxurious robe sat on an incomparably magnificent dragon carriage. The dragon carriage was more than 300 meters tall. It had 4 ribs and radiated colorful light in all directions. It was extremely dazzling. It was no longer pulled by the war horses. Instead, it was pulled by 3 gigantic creatures that were more than 200 meters tall. These 3 gigantic creatures had wings, scales, and spines. Their heads were large and long, like lizards with wings. If there were any Western powerhouses present, they would be extremely shocked to discover that these 3 gigantic creatures were actually dragons. Western divine dragons. All of them were existences comparable to beast emperors. However, they were now pulling Ying's carriage and working hard. At this moment, a man in black armor walked over quickly and knelt on one knee. My lord, Mad Southern Yi has stepped into the Greek territory. He is currently less than 200 kilometers away from the Vatican. Good, very good. Ing slowly opened his eyes that were closed to rest. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. The bet officially begins. Mad Southern Yi, don't disappoint me. With that, he gently stepped on the ground. Roar! The 3 Western divine dragons let out a sorrowful cry before pulling the huge carriage toward Mount Olympus. The Vatican. This was the oldest small country in the world. Although its territory and population were small, its influence could be said to be terrifying. This was because it had more than 2 billion believers in the world, and its believers were spread across more than 200 countries. It was because of the Holy Church in the Vatican. This meant that 1 in 3 people in the world was a believer of the Holy Church. At that moment, Yi Chen had already stepped out of the Holy Church with his men. He stood in the air and looked at this ancient force from afar. The strange thing was that while the Western army was defeated and the European countries were in a panic, the Holy Church was extremely quiet at this moment. It was so quiet that it seemed like it did not know anything. "Master, be careful of a trap." The green ox said worriedly, "Nyo, when I was asleep, I heard that the Holy Church can purify people. Many powerhouses in China have been forcibly purified by them." "Don't worry." Yi Chen smiled lightly and took a deep breath. Rumbling thunder sounded in the sky above the Holy Church. "Mad Southern Yi from China is here to visit the saint of the Holy Church today. Please come out and meet us. P.S. That's the second chapter for today. Subject 3 has passed. Everything has been settled. There will be more updates in the future. Thank you for your tolerance these days." End of this chapter. Chapter 1039. Mad Southern Yi from China is here to visit the saint of the Vatican today. Please come out and meet me. Rumble. As soon as Yi Chen said that, thunder rumbled in the sky above the Vatican. It was accompanied by lightning, and it was a terrifying scene. Then, holy light suddenly soared into the sky from within the Vatican. The holy light was shot out from the various churches. There were the chanting of angels mixed in, and it was the prayers of countless believers. It was as if they were judging the world. Boom! Stomp, stomp, stomp! As the city gate opened, a series of hurried footsteps came one after another, as if thousands of horses were charging. In next to no time, knights in uniforms rode out one after another, causing the deathly silence in this world to be broken. They were all wearing silver armor, and their expressions were solemn. Their auras were cold, and they were like a torrent of steel, especially the 12 people at the very front. Their entire bodies were incomparably pure, giving people the urge to kneel before them. If there were outsiders present, they would realize that this group of people was the Holy Knights of the Holy Church. They were known as the Iron Army that could sweep through everything. This was because every single one of them had the strength of a supreme giant. They could form a superimposed formation, and there was even a hexagram formation on their armor. The combat power that they unleashed was enough to make anyone fear them. After the Knights Templar appeared, the crowd parted, and saints dressed in white slowly walked out of the city. The leader was an old man in a golden robe. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and he was about 70 or 80 years old. He floated in the air barefoot, as if he was a god who had descended and possessed supreme authority. This person was the leader of the Holy Church, Diamartin III. He stood in the clouds of Greece and looked down at billions of believers. Honorable Eastern powerhouse, you have disrespected God by descending on the priest's territory rashly. The ancient pope held a Bible in his hand. His expression was extremely dignified, as if he represented God walking in the human world. His every word and action was extremely bewitching. Disrespecting God? Yi Chen stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold. The Vatican has already listed me as a heretic. Since that's the case, why should I respect the God in your hearts? Even though all the powerhouses of the Vatican were here, he was still strolling leisurely as he faced the dignity of the Vatican. Nonsense. Before the Pope could speak, a cardinal walked out from behind him. Mad Southern Yi, you were the one who killed the Vatican's cardinal with Myanmar first. You killed a member of the church, which is equivalent to challenging the dignity of God. Why can't we list you as a heretic? He was one of the 3 remaining red-robed archbishops of the Vatican. His name was Adon, and his strength surpassed that of a sage-to-be. He had once suppressed half of Greece by himself. Very good. Yi Chen chuckled softly as if he was disdainful. I killed your people, so you sent people to join the Western army to kill me. Now I'm here to kill you. There's nothing wrong with your logic. He changed the topic, his gaze sharp. In the end, we're just looking at whose fist is bigger. Your Excellency from the East. The Pope said calmly, Do you know that what you did today is equivalent to provoking the Holy Church, the Vatican, all of Greece, and even the 2 billion believers in the world? Although his voice sounded calm, there was a hint of threat in it, and he didn't hide the nobility of the Holy Church at all. That was the status of the Holy Church. It could be said that countless of the most devout believers would die for their faith. They wouldn't hesitate, even if they were asked to commit suicide. So what? Yi Chen smirked coldly. I don't even care about the Vatican or Greece. I don't even care about the supreme God in your hearts, let alone the Vatican. At the end of the day, the so-called God in this Western mythology was just a group of relatively powerful existences. He, Yi Chen, didn't even care about immortals, let alone a group of existences that fooled the world and called themselves gods. As his voice fell, the originally quiet experts of the Vatican were instantly filled with a cold, murderous intent. How dare you blaspheme the gods? Your sin is unforgivable. Heretic, this person is a heretic. He's destined to not be tolerated by God. He will be judged by God. The world was suddenly covered by waves of surging killing intent, as well as angry voices. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have died many times over. The leader of the Holy Knights Templar, Philip I, who was in charge of protecting the Vatican and maintaining God's image, drew his holy sword and shouted, "In the name of the Father, the Holy Knights Templar, charge and kill the heretic who blasphemes the Father." The moment he said that, his voice shook the sky. Boom, 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 the hundreds of holy knights behind him surged with holy light. All of them drew their judgment swords and charged at Yi Chen while activating the battle energy in their bodies. The incomparably dazzling light directly covered all the light in the world, and waves of majestic battle energy enveloped the entire Vatican. Such a shocking might was like an invisible, gigantic millstone pushing forward. Even the few quasi-saint powerhouses behind Yi Chen could not help but change their expressions. Kill me? Yi Chen seemed to have not seen that. He still had his hands behind his back, and his expression was cold. You're just a bunch of lackeys. How dare you try to kill me? Today, I'll make the West have no God. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and a monstrous, murderous aura suddenly surged between heaven and earth. Under this murderous aura, many people felt their souls tremble. It was as if an ancient god of death had descended into the mortal world, and his killing intent swept through the wind and clouds. Rumble! Subsequently, a terrifying pressure swept out like a tidal wave with Yi Chen as the center. At the next moment, the expressions of the many members of the Holy Knights Templar who were charging over instantly changed. They felt that the battle energy that surged out of their bodies had actually collapsed under this pressure. Kill! The leader of the knights, Philip I, roared repeatedly. He forcefully controlled his body and charged at Yi Chen with a holy sword. He was a quasi-saint. Attack! Zi Qingcang, the saint of Purple Cap Mountain behind Yi Chen, shouted and was about to charge. At that moment, Yi Chen stomped his foot down again. He suddenly said with a thunderous voice, "You ants, kneel before a true God!" Bang! At that moment, the entire space trembled, as if it had collapsed from his stomp. It was as heavy as a mountain. Plop! 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 Hundreds of knights, including the leader of the knights, Philip I, could not control themselves and prostrated on the ground. They felt that every pore and cell on their bodies were collapsing under Yi Chen's pressure. The holy knights that countless people in Europe revered were crawling on the ground like ants before Yi Chen at that moment. Meanwhile, outside the huge Vatican palace, Yi Chen was the only one standing in the world. He seemed to be invincible. Chapter 1040. Between heaven and earth, in the entire Vatican. At this moment, it was dead silent. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. A few seconds later, there was an uproar. The most powerful Knights Templar of the Vatican was suppressed by mad Southerny alone. How is this possible? How is this possible? You have to know that the Knights Templar have been blessed by the God's messenger with holy light. Is this person a human or a god? Shocking, extremely shocking, especially the people from the Vatican. They had been chosen to serve God since they were young. It could be said that they had witnessed the power of the Vatican, and there was only endless fanaticism and worship in their hearts. However, now, the Knights Templar, who were known as the most powerful in the Vatican, were suppressed by an Asian before they could even enter Yi Chen's body. No one would believe it if they were beaten to death. God said, "Let there be light." At this moment, a voice that sounded like the blessing of God resounded through the world. The Pope at the entrance of the Vatican's palace took a step forward. He held his staff, and his body was bathed in endless holy light. The holy light swept out in all directions like a torrent of steel, pouring on the hundreds of knights who were kneeling on the ground like rain. Under the bathing of the holy light, the hundreds of knights immediately felt the pressure ease, and they finally regained their ability to move. Philip, step back. The Pope was compassionate. He led the saints and walked out slowly. Eventually, he stopped when he was less than 300 meters away from Yichen. Respected Eastern powerhouse, I'll give you another chance to forgive yourself on behalf of God. The Pope's words were bewitching. As long as you kneel down and express your repentance to God and swear to become God's servant, we can spare you from death. Why are you talking so much? Let's fight. Before Yi Chen could speak, Zi Qingtsang could not hold it in anymore. He stepped into the air and waved his long sleeve. He charged at the Pope directly. Protect the Pope and kill the heretics. At that moment, the saints behind the Pope leaped up at the same time. The holy light on their bodies turned into white, raging, holy flames that destroyed space. Kill. The 8 quasi-saints from China were unwilling to fall behind. They leaped out and started a shocking battle. Yi Chen did not move. Instead, he stood quietly in the air and looked at the Pope. The Pope was also looking at him from afar. Swoosh! In the end, the Pope could not help but take action. He took a step forward and waved the staff in his hand. He chanted, "God says, do not have mercy on the wicked." As his voice fell, the golden gem at the top of the staff trembled. Subsequently, it released tens of thousands of rays of holy light. It charged at Yi Chen like a bolt from the blue. Without a doubt, this was a saint artifact. Although it was not a saint artifact from the Holy Scriptures, it contained an extreme amount of saint energy. It was comparable to the spiritual treasures of the Eastern world. Swish! The white bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water bucket passed through the shackles of space and struck Yi Chen with terrifying radiant saint force. The white holy power was holy and solemn. This was the cultivation system of the people of the Church. It was different from the vital energy of the Eastern warriors. The vital energy of the Eastern warriors was self-cultivated. As for the holy power of the people of the Vatican, they had to be pious enough to God, pray day and night, and be sensitive to the value of the holy power in order to obtain God's blessing. Meanwhile, Yi Chen did not dodge the lightning attack. Instead, he extended his hand and performed a seal in the air. Buzz! As the air trembled slightly, 2 golden flames shot out of Yi Chen's eyes. The 2 golden flames were like 2 small suns. As soon as they appeared, they emitted countless dazzling golden rays that soared into the sky. Break! The golden flames transformed into an eastern fire dragon that charged at the incoming white lightning in an extremely domineering manner. Hong Long! At that moment, the air trembled deafeningly. The entire Vatican seemed to be trembling under such might, and many buildings were turned into dust on the spot. At the same time, the people who were fighting around them were stunned by this scene. They turned their heads to size it up. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. The Pope was known as the most powerful person under the priests of the Vatican. Even in the entire Greece, he was the most powerful person. However, his attack was so easily neutralized by Mad Southern Yi. Did you learn this from God Capital? Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged under everyone's gaze. He lifted his head to look at the Pope in the distance, his eyes filled with disdain. Humph! The Pope's expression finally turned grim. Then he said coldly, "Congratulations, you've successfully angered me. Next, I'll let you know what God's wrath is." At the next moment, he raised his hands high and extended them into the air in an extremely strange posture. "Father, may I borrow your holy artifact?" Rumble. In the quiet void, a ray of holy light suddenly descended, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. It was a cross, a red cross that seemed to be soaked in blood. However, as it appeared, the world was filled with an incomparably holy, glorious, and solemn aura. At that moment, many of the Vatican's believers seemed to have seen a holy artifact. They were extremely excited. Holy artifact. That's the holy artifact from the Bible, the true cross. What? The true cross? Hearing those words, the green ox that was protecting Ming Ming was also shocked, and it hurriedly reminded, "Great Lord, be careful. This thing is the thing that nailed Jesus to death. Anyone that is projected by it will turn into blood. It can't be underestimated. The true cross. It was one of the few holy artifacts in the Vatican. It was in existence on the same level as the Holy Grail. Legend had it that it possessed supreme holy power and could suppress all heretics. The Pope held the true cross in his hand and pressed towards Yi Chen like a true god walking in the mortal world. God said that those who do evil must be eliminated. Bow down, heretic." At the next moment, the cross in his hand seemed to have communicated with heaven and earth. An endless light energy surged out. It was like the power of God, chanting endlessly, and it was incomparably majestic. Under the dazzling light, many of the Vatican's believers knelt on the ground, extremely pious. Meanwhile, the dazzling power of light was charging at Yi Chen as the Pope approached. At that moment, Yi Chen felt as if there were invisible shackles between heaven and earth that imprisoned his body in the air. Subsequently, a huge silver cross slowly appeared in front of him. It was about 30 meters tall. At the same time, an extremely powerful suction force came from it, as if it wanted to suck Yi Chen over and judge him. God's judgment, this is God's judgment. Ha ha ha. Mad Southern, Yi has triggered God's judgment. He's dead for sure. This is the consequence of challenging my God's domain. At that moment, countless people laughed hysterically when they saw the shadow of the cross behind Yi Chen. The cross represented judgment and suppression in the West, because even Jesus was nailed to death by a cross in the past. Chapter 1041. You want to judge me? Feeling the suction force on the cross before him growing stronger, Yi Chen was not shocked. Instead, a mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. I have the heavenly Emperor fate. Who can judge me? True self-avatar, Emperor's might. He faced the sky and let out a long roar. As his long hair fluttered in the wind, the roar of a dragon reverberated from within his body. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Subsequently, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A golden shadow walked out of Yi Chen's body slowly. It was an extremely dignified figure. Divine radiance surged, and the clouds covered the sky. No one could see his face clearly. However, with his appearance, it was as if a supreme existence had awakened from its slumber, emitting a terrifying pressure that was like an ocean. Almost at that instant, Mount Olympus, which was filled with endless bloody light, was torn apart by Ying. Ying tore the Oracle Hermes to shreds. Just as he was about to charge in again, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky that supported the clouds. What a powerful emperor's might! Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as a dangerous glint flashed across his eyes. There's actually someone with such a powerful emperor's might in the human world. Master, that seems to be the direction of the Vatican. Qin Jian approached, his fangs ferocious. The Vatican? Ying's pupils constricted violently as he frowned slightly. Mad Southern Yi, I can't see through you any more. Outside the Vatican Palace, plop, plop, plop. As soon as the golden shadow appeared, everyone felt as if they had lost control of their bodies and fell to their knees. Everyone, including the Pope and Xi Jinping, were no exception. Even their bodies and souls were trembling. Fear, trembling. It was as if the shadow was a god. What is that? At this moment, everyone was horrified. Soul? The soul of an Eastern powerhouse? If it's a soul, why is it so powerful? Even the Supreme Lord of the Vatican doesn't have such majesty. I feel like I'm facing a god at this moment. The most terrified person was the Pope. It was because he realized that as the shadow appeared, the true cross in his hand was actually trembling. Yes, trembling. It was as if he was facing a terrifying existence. Impossible, this is impossible. The Pope gripped the cross tightly and roared again and again. After all, the Real Cross in his hand was a holy object in the Bible. It represented the Almighty God. Even priests have something to fear. How was this possible? Yi Qin remained still, as if he had been petrified. Only the golden shadow that walked out of his body, wrapped in a thick imperial aura, slowly walked towards the Pope. Chi-Chi, with every step he took, the Real Cross in the Pope's hand trembled more and more, and the shadow of the cross in the air seemed to be collapsing. No. The Pope broke out in a cold sweat and tried to hold the cross in his hand tightly so that he would not tremble. Kacha! 2 crisp sounds rang out. Everyone realized that the cross in the Pope's hand had shattered, and the shadow of the cross in the air had also collapsed. This was a battle of emperor might. In Western mythology, Jesus was God, the master of the world, and the sacred weapon he passed down naturally had the power of an emperor. Therefore, Yi Qin summoned the emperor's might. But the result was obvious. Bleck! Seeing that the sacred weapon was destroyed, the Pope spat blood out of his mouth. There was finally a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Yi Qin. Devil, you must be a devil that drifts away from the Almighty God. As soon as he said that, a bright light flashed in his hand. It was filled with resplendent, holy light. He took a closer look. It was a silver spear. The spear of Longinus. At that moment, the green ox's expression changed abruptly, and it immediately roared, Master, this is the spear of Longinus, the holy spear that pierced through Jesus. As the spear had pierced through Jesus and absorbed his blood, it possessed supreme holy power and became a holy spear. Rumor had it that it could destroy all evil things in the world, and it was known as the Spear of Fate. Even the Western blood tribe's prince would turn into a pool of blood after being pierced by the spear. Die, heretic! The Pope's eyes were bloodshot as he held the spear. He charged at Yi Qin like a farmer fishing in the sea with a harpoon. As the heavenly emperor, I should suppress all enemies in the world. The golden shadow in the air seemed to be muttering to itself. Then, with a light wave, the word I condensed in his hand and imprinted in the air. Bang! The Pope instinctively stabbed with his spear. In the end, he was horrified to discover that, as the huge word, I suppressed him, cracks immediately appeared on the spear in his hand. At the next moment, another huge ancient word way appeared. Kacha! Another crack appeared on the holy spear. Heavens! Emperor! Clang! Suppress! Rumble! When the word suppress fell, the Pope screamed and was sent flying. The holy spear in his hand had long been shattered by the ancient words. At that moment, the Pope was in an extremely miserable state. He forcefully controlled the holy spear to resist Yi Qin's emperor might, but he was also hit by the ancient words. Although the holy spear blocked part of it, his spine still broke and his organs ruptured. The heavens and the earth were dead silent. Defeated. The most powerful person in the Vatican had been defeated. The legend in their hearts had taken out holy artifacts one after another, but he was still no match for this Easterner. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the Vatican were ashen, as if the world had collapsed. Devil, you're a devil. The Pope's body twitched, and he bled nonstop. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Yi Qin. Even the Almighty could not deal with this Easterner. What was he if not a devil? Devil. Yi Qin could not help but grin when he heard that. He said coldly, "If I'm a devil, what can the devil do to me? If I'm a Buddha, there will be no devils in this world." After saying that, he walked toward the Pope step by step. His cold voice sounded, "Do you have any other tricks?" The Pope's expression changed slightly. He forcefully took a deep breath and suddenly turned around to kneel solemnly at the palace behind him. Everyone saw that. Everyone was shocked to their core. As the Supreme Pope who controlled the Vatican, he had always looked down on the world like a god. However, he was kneeling at that moment. Even Yi Chen was stunned. "Great Master, kill him! Quickly kill him!" The green ox's extremely sharp voice was heard. "He's going to summon the angel in heaven. Quick, kill him now!" Before he could finish, he heard the Pope's extremely sincere voice. "My most respected angel of power, Lord Puente Balites, your most devout servant requests for you to descend and help me judge the heretics." Boom! As soon as he said that, a crack appeared in the sky above the Vatican that was originally extremely quiet. From afar, it looked like the bloody mouth of a giant beast. In the deepest part of the crack, holy light surged, accompanied by the chanting of the gods. It was like a paradise for the gods. P.S. Chapter 3 has been updated for today. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1042. In the sky above the Vatican. The ancient Pope knelt on the ground respectfully as he chanted, causing a phenomenon in the air. Under everyone's gaze, boundless white light suddenly floated out of the huge hole that had opened up in the sky above the Vatican. Soon after, a huge void door slowly appeared from the crack. The door was 300 meters tall, and holy light surged all over it. It emitted an ancient, desolate, and holy aura. Almost as soon as it appeared, it caused a huge phenomenon. Even the whole of Europe saw it. "Look, a door has appeared in the sky. Oh my God, what is that? The door to heaven, that's the door to heaven." At that moment, the entire Europe was alarmed by this phenomenon, and then it caused a huge uproar. Kingdom of Heaven, the legendary Kingdom of Heaven. There really is a heaven in this world. The eyes of the people outside the palace were filled with disbelief as they knelt on the ground. Heaven could also be called heaven. It was the hometown of God, a paradise that everyone hoped to go to after death. Therefore, how could they not be excited? Even Xi Qingcang and the other Chinese martial artists were shocked. They were all shocked by the gate that appeared in the air. Rumble, the door gradually opened. Immediately, a vast and mighty pressure slowly spread out from the crack of the door, followed by a white, incomparably pure staircase that extended from the void to the ground. Endless hymns and chants sounded in the world. They were like hymns and arias, all of them bewitching people's hearts. In the blink of an eye, a tall figure slowly walked out of the door, stepping on the white stone steps and walking towards the human world. Take a closer look. It was an extremely tall man. The man was naked, and his entire body was wrapped in countless white holy light. He had the most perfect face and appearance in the world. His facial features seemed to be the most beautiful masterpiece of the heavens. His long golden hair fluttered gently like a waterfall, emitting waves of holy light from time to time. The most eye-catching thing was that he had 4 huge pure white wings on his back. Each of his wings seemed to be made of the most perfect goose down in the world. They were extremely holy and perfect. Yi Qin squinted slightly, a 4-winged angel, as expected of the Western birdman. In the distance, the green ox carried the little baby on its back. A pair of eyes that were the size of copper bells wandered back and forth on the 4-winged angel. There's no magistrate, and it's neither male nor female. Only the so-called God of the West could create such a thing. The green ox muttered to himself, but his expression was rather grim because the 4-winged angel in front of him made him feel danger. Dong, dong, dong. At that moment, everyone from the Vatican, including the Pope, kowtowed heavily towards the angel that was slowly walking over. "O merciful messenger of God, you have indeed followed the Lord's promise. You have not abandoned your people. You have not abandoned this world. Supreme Holy Angel, I am your most loyal servant. Please take me to the beautiful heavens." All the members of the Vatican prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped, their faces filled with fanaticism and admiration. This was their faith. The so-called angels represented holiness, goodness, and integrity. They were the bearers of God's will and spirits who served God. Their duty was to be the watchdog of human guidance, and they would carry out God's justice. In the Bible, there were 3 types of angels: inferior angels, intermediate angels, and superior angels. Angels also had 3 titles: Holy Spirit, Son of God, and Holy. At that moment, the one who walked out of the heavens was the inferior angel of power, Balites, an angel with the title of Holy Spirit. Even though he was a low-rank angel, he was not someone that mortals could compare to. Even the Supreme Pope of the Vatican had to worship him. Almighty Holy Spirit, the Vatican is facing a great calamity, and the culprit is this Easterner before you. As the angel of power walked over slowly, the Pope prostrated himself respectfully and buried his head very low as he spoke carefully. He ignored the fact that the people of the Vatican are God's servants, and he even ignored the Vatican as a God's territory. Please punish him. You've let down God's expectations. The dignified and cold words slowly came out of the angel's mouth, causing the Pope's heart to turn cold. The Pope's body trembled violently, and he said with a face full of shame, "I am useless. I've let down God's expectations." The angel of power was expressionless. He looked around, and his gaze landed on Yi Qin. A few seconds later, a disdainful and condescending voice came from his mouth. "Lowly, lowly creature, you've blasphemed God's glory, ignored God's territory, and killed God's people. You've committed a heinous crime, and you should be judged." Yi Qin laughed out loud as if he was disdainful. "Not only am I going to kill people today, but I'm also going to kill you. You be ****starred. As soon as these words were spoken, it was no different from dropping a nuclear bomb on the originally calm surface of the sea, completely shocking everyone. The Pope and the rest were in disbelief. Never had they thought that Yi Qin would dare to boast so shamelessly in the face of the supreme angel. He was too arrogant, as expected of a filthy, lowly creature. The angel of power shook his head slightly as if he was neither happy nor sad. "I'm here, yet you still dare to be so disrespectful. You deserve to die. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you being so long-winded?" Yi Qin's eyes turned cold as he attacked. He took a step forward, and his figure was unparalleled. He turned into a golden afterimage and charged at the angel of power. "Today not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill my way into your kingdom and destroy all the gods." Rumble, the golden fist force traversed the sky, causing the void to collapse and emitting a violent tremor. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. "Lowly creature, congratulations on successfully angering me. I'll make you regret being born into this world." The angel of power chanted as if he was pronouncing a sentence. His voice was merciless, solemn, and solemn. Boom! At the next moment, the holy light on his body suddenly soared. The white light was like an ocean that was about to materialize, completely enveloping the entire Vatican. He suddenly made a grabbing motion in the air, and then boundless holy light condensed into a golden scepter in his hand. It was dazzling and dazzling. Heavenly punishment, judgment. As he waved the scepter in his hand, white lightning appeared in the air. The lightning that was as thick as a bucket struck Yi Qin at an extremely fast speed. As soon as the white lightning appeared, heaven and earth were filled with a terrifying pressure. Even a saint like Zi Qingtsang felt a chill run down his spine. The pontiff stared intently at this scene, his aged face filled with reverence. Under the heavenly punishment judgment, any heretic will be destroyed. There are no exceptions. End of this chapter. Chapter 1043. That's right, that Easterner will definitely die. The Supreme Lord Holy Spirit has used the heavenly punishment judgment. It's destined to destroy everything. No one can survive. This is the consequence of blaspheming a god. It was not just the Pope. Even the other members of the Vatican had cold smiles and gloating expressions on their faces. It was as if they could see the scene of Yi Qin being blasted into pieces by the heavenly punishment judgment. Fellow Yi, Zi Qingsong's expression was extremely grim. Right at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, what's he doing?" Not only did Yi Qin not dodge the bolt of white lightning, but he also sped up and attacked Angel Quan. My God, he's not dodging. Everyone present was stunned when they saw this, especially the people from the Vatican. They could not believe their eyes. That was the heavenly punishment summoned by the angel. It was different from ordinary lightning. It was lightning enhanced by holy power, and its power was far greater than ordinary lightning. However, the scene that occurred in the next moment caused all of them to be dumbstruck, and they felt their hearts and minds tremble without end. After the white lightning struck Yi Chen's body, it only stopped him for a moment. After that, there was no more damage. How is this possible? The heavenly punishment judgment is useless against him? God, isn't this Eastern heretic's body too terrifying? Could he be the incarnation of Satan? The entire world was in an uproar. The scene before them was simply too shocking. They were not the only ones. Even the expression of a supreme being like the angel of Quan finally changed slightly. However, before he could think too much about it, Yi Chen had already turned into a golden torrent and charged over. Boom! His eyes were blazing golden as he charged forward. His speed had already exceeded 10 times the speed of sound, and his golden fist was like a ball of divine fire burning. The dazzling light of the divine fire made one's eyes sting, and they did not dare to look at it directly. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of this punch was. Light of judgment. Angel Quan's expression was gloomy. He slammed the scepter in his hand. An ray of white light appeared on the scepter. As soon as the white light appeared, it was like a rising sun, emitting a dazzling holy light that swept through heaven and earth. Ah! Many of the foreign races who were watching the battle from thousands of feet away were struck by the white light, and their bodies began to emit smoke. When the smoke dissipated, pools of blood could be seen on the ground. However, this was only the remnant power of the light of judgment because most of its power was targeted at Yi Chen. From Angel Quan's point of view, even if his attack could not hurt Yi Chen, it could at least make him retreat. However, the next moment, suddenly, a figure pierced through the blinding white light and charged over with killing intent. Not good. Angel Quan's eyelids twitched. Without any hesitation, he moved his body to the back. Your reaction isn't bad, but it's too late. As Yi Chen's cold voice was heard, Yi Chen's solid punch landed on the man's body. Boom! Everyone watched as the space where Angel Quan was shattered into dust by this punch. All that was left was a whistling void storm. In the next moment, a tall figure appeared in the distance. However, the figure staggered and almost fell from the sky. Most importantly, there was a visible wound on the former's chest, but no blood flowed out. Who else could it be but Angel Quan? Upon seeing this, the crowd below fell silent. The Pope and the rest widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The Supreme Lord Angel in their hearts had his chest pierced by Yi Chen's punch. Be asterisk starred. At that moment, Angel Quan's hair was disheveled. He was no longer as holy as before, and his face was slightly ferocious. Lowly creature, how dare you hurt me? Boom! Yi Chen said nothing. He took a step forward and waved his fists. They were like 2 huge golden hammers that smashed at him again. Angel Quan's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but Yi Chen was faster than him. Bang! This time, the former was sent flying. He had no choice but to flap the wings behind him in an attempt to slow down the force. At that moment, Yi Qin attacked again. He did not give him a chance at all. He was extremely violent, like a demon that had descended to the world. Freak, he's a freak. The green ox was dumbfounded as he watched the scene. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, I didn't expect such a freak to be born in the end of days before the spiritual energy recovery. If this child was born during the great calamity of the world, our human race and Earth wouldn't have such a tragic past. His pair of ox eyes were no longer as flattering as before. Instead, they were filled with extraordinary splendor. After the heavenly Tao died, this child was born. This means that he has great luck. He might be able to survive the new calamity of the world. Now that I think about it, it's a wise choice for me to follow him. At this point, he took out a cigarette and spat out a flame from his nose. After lighting the cigarette, he took a deep puff and roared, Master, do your best. Nyo loves you. Compared to his pride, everyone in the Vatican, including the Pope, had gloomy expressions. The Supreme Lord Angel Quan was actually suppressed by this Eastern heretic the entire time. Boom! Right at this moment, a giant golden palm soared into the sky and sent Angel Quan flying. Many people were killed on the spot after being affected. Only the Pope and the rest hurriedly dodged. When they saw the person on the ground, clearly, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They did not move at all. The Supreme Lord Holy Spirit in their hearts was in an extremely sorry state at this moment. Not only were both his arms broken, even the 4 wings on his back were gone. It was as if someone had forcefully pulled them off. Countless feathers danced in the air. An incomparably shocking thought flashed through the minds of the Pope and the rest. He plucked out the Lord Holy Spirit's wings. Subsequently, under their incredulous gazes, they saw Angel Quan stand up from the ground and turn around to rush toward the gate in the sky. Lowly creature, I, Balites, will remember you. One day, I'll kill all of you Easterners. An exasperated and extremely resentful voice entered everyone's ears. Lord Holy Spirit is escaping. All the people from the Vatican were shocked and even in despair. Some even almost fainted. The scene in front of them had ruthlessly shattered the faith in their hearts. Was Yi Qin, the Eastern heretic, so powerful that even the Lord Holy Spirit was no match for him? Master, that bastard is running away. The green ox who was smoking coughed. The 10 cigarettes in his mouth were instantly reduced to ashes. You want to escape to heaven? Yi Qin glanced at Angel Quan, who was less than 30 meters away from the gate. Killing intent surged. Then I'll kill my way into your heaven and bury all of you gods. P.S. Chapter 2, that's it. End of this chapter. Chapter 1044. Facing Angel Quan's escape, Yi Qin did not stop him. Yi Qin did not stop him. He watched as Angel Quan was getting closer and closer to the door to heaven. He placed his hands behind his back and said without turning his head, Old ox, fellow Z, I'll be back soon. This so-called kingdom of heaven must be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into purple lightning and instantly chased after Angel Quan, who was less than 3 meters away from the gate to heaven. Rumble. As his figure moved, countless bolts of lightning appeared in the air, followed by a loud rumbling roar. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. Extreme shock flashed through Angel Quan's eyes. He activated the holy light repeatedly, and with a furious roar, he suddenly stepped into the gate to heaven. Boom! As the air trembled, the gate to heaven quickly closed, as if it was going to be completely isolated from the world. However, just as there was only a weak opening left on the gate, a huge golden hand reached inaccurately from the outside. Open. Yi Qin let out a long roar. His voice was filled with supreme dignity, as if his words were the rules of heaven and earth. His entire body surged with divine radiance, and all the power of his physical body erupted. His right hand that was stuck in the gate to heaven was covered in golden light. Rumble. Then, under the gazes of Angel Quan and everyone below, the gate to heaven that was about to close was forcefully opened by him. The gate to heaven. He forcefully opened the gate to heaven. This is too terrifying. How much strength does he need to do that? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Including the Pope, everyone from the Vatican had unconcealable shock on their faces. One had to know that the gate to heaven was the barrier between gods and humans. Since the establishment of the Vatican, no one had ever been able to do this. Who exactly is this person? Angel Quan was truly terrified. He could no longer care about anything else as he dashed into the heavenly kingdom. Yi Chen stood proudly in front of the gate to heaven. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were clear. At the next moment, he took a step forward. At that moment, Angel Quan, who was charging at the front, felt a bone-chilling killing intent coming from his back. Without saying a word, he waved the scepter in his hand and smashed it behind him. However, at that moment, a sword gleam that looked like purple lightning slashed through the sky. Bang! The purple sword light directly pierced through his back. Angel Quan's body stiffened, and his eyes glazed over. After that, his body exploded, transforming into countless specks of holy white light that rained down on the world. The supreme four-winged angel in the hearts of billions of Vatican believers was killed by Yi Chen with a single swing of his sword. At this moment, the ground suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gazes became dull and their faces froze. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Fear, intense fear. Slaying Angel. This scene was simply too shocking. If it was before, no one would have thought of it, much less dared to think about it. The next step is to fight the heavenly state. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed coldly. Since I said that I'll make the Western sect devoid of gods, I'll definitely do it. Thereafter, he took a step forth and flew into the gates of the heavenly kingdom. Along with his step, the entire heavenly kingdom violently trembled. Seeing Yi Chen disappear into the air, the people on the ground finally reacted after a short silence. Your Holiness, what should we do now? A saint from the Vatican stammered. The Pope's face was as pale as a sheet, and he almost lost his balance. He took a deep breath in and said, "Let's go in and take a look." With that, he took the lead and dashed towards the gates of the heavenly state. He knew very well that the heavenly state was the most powerful existence above the Vatican. The gods in the hearts of the Vatican lived there. Meanwhile, Yi Chen would definitely cause a huge commotion if he charged in now. It would be fine if he lost, but if he won after him, the saints of the Vatican stepped into the gates of the heavenly state one after another. Among the remaining Chinese powerhouses, a demon king frowned and said, "Senior Zi, should we follow him in?" "Of course," Zi Qingtsang said without hesitation. "Fellow Yi has charged into the heavenly state alone. It's hard to predict whether he'll be lucky or not. Naturally, we have to follow and help him." As his voice fell, all the Chinese powerhouses, including the Green Ox, walked into the gates of the heavenly state together. The interior of the heavenly state was incomparably huge. It was like an independent small world with no end in sight. Compared to the Kunlun ruins, this so-called heavenly state was filled with floating stone pillars that supported the sky, and there were illusory souls tied to the stone pillars. These souls were all bound by the white chains. Their faces were filled with pain and resentment, as if they were struggling and suffering. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the white chains were absorbing the power of the souls endlessly. At the end of these chains was a huge palace in the sky. The palace was like a cauldron, absorbing all the power of the souls on the chains. The other end of the cauldron emitted endless white energy. It was the holy light that the Vatican cultivated. When the Pope stepped into this place with the saints of the Vatican, he was stunned. He felt that the difference between the heavenly state in his imagination and the one before him was too great. In their opinion, the heavenly state was the best place for people to return to after death. It was definitely better than the human world. However, The heavenly state before them was filled with bound souls. They roared in pain, howled, and cried for help. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as purgatory on earth. Your Holiness, isn't this the former green-robed Bishop of the Vatican, Cecil? When a saint of the Vatican passed by a stone pillar, he suddenly pointed at the soul on it and cried out in alarm. The Pope looked in the direction of his finger and saw a soul struggling with all its might. It even reached out to them in an attempt to ask for help. Legend has it that His Excellency Cecil sacrificed his entire life for God. After his death, God took him into the heavenly state. The leader of the Vatican's Holy Knights, Philip, could not accept it. I didn't expect him to be so miserable. Look, is he the holy leader Nelson of our church from 500 years ago? That's St. Leslie. And the third Pope, Lord Smith. As the souls were recognized one by one, the expressions of the powerhouses of the Vatican turned pale. It could even be said to be fear and anger. Those who were tied to the stone pillars were all former saints of the Vatican. They had sacrificed everything for the Vatican and God. Before this, everyone knew that they had entered the legendary heavenly state. But could it be that they had encountered such an encounter? This is the heavenly state. A saint of the Vatican said with a trembling voice, "This is the heavenly state that has been revered by the Vatican for all eternity. Impossible, this is impossible. Why is it like this?" In an instant, countless people roared in anger. God lied to us. The Pope was also trembling. Almighty Lord, what have we done wrong? Why did you lie to us like this? End of this chapter. Chapter 1045. At that moment, a furious voice resounded throughout the entire kingdom of heaven. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is the kingdom of heaven that you've been dreaming of. This is the God that you've been worshipping forever. Yi Chen's figure slowly appeared above everyone's heads. Every step he took would cause lightning to surge in the air. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts condensed behind him, forming an extremely shocking scene. The God that you worship is just enslaving you. The kingdom of heaven that you've been dreaming of is just a scam that they'll use as a meal ticket after you die. They'll squeeze every drop of blood and strength from you. Yi Chen's voice was cold. He mercilessly unveiled the only fantasy in everyone's hearts. To put it bluntly, this kingdom of heaven was a cage. It tricked the people from the Vatican who cultivated holy light so that their souls would ascend here after they died. Then they would be imprisoned on the stone pillars by iron chains. Then they would be used as petri dishes to create holy light for the kingdom of heaven to maintain these angels and the divine power of these gods. With that, he took a step forward and swept his cold gaze across the entire kingdom of heaven. The two golden flames in his eyes flickered violently. "Do you want me to invite you out?" As soon as he said that, the tens of thousands of lightning bolts behind him rumbled endlessly, as if the entire kingdom of heaven was in an endless sea of lightning. The kingdom of heaven is a holy land of God. Anyone who enters will be abandoned by God and sent to hell. At that moment, an extremely dignified voice came from the palace in the void. "Holy land? Then I'll destroy your holy land today." Yi Chen scoffed coldly and ignored the voice. Subsequently, he waved his sleeve and countless lightning bolts spread out. Rumble, the stone pillars that stood on the ground fell to the ground and broke. The souls that were bound to them were freed, one after another. "How dare you!" The moment the furious roar rang out, a figure shot out from the palace. The other party was an angel with 6 wings. Holy light surged all over his body, and he was twice as large as the previous angel. At that moment, the Pope blurted out subconsciously, "Strength angel, it's the Holy Son, Strength angel Pavis, who's an intermediate angel." After that, several angels leaped out. 2 of them were 4-winged angels, while the other 2 were 6-winged angels. It's Angel, Archangel, Angel of Might, and Dominion Angel Timinius. Many people from the Vatican were shocked. Clearly, they did not expect a total of 5 angels to come in such a short period of time. Among them, there were even 2 mid-level angels. Lord Saint. The Supreme Pontiff knelt down on one knee and folded his hands in front of his chest as he spoke to Angel Lee respectfully. May I ask why the souls of the Church who went to the heavenly kingdom were treated like this? Is it really as this Easterner said, that you are just enslaving and deceiving us? Not bad. Another saint from the Vatican knelt down and questioned. Everyone says that the kingdom of heaven is incomparably beautiful, but the kingdom of heaven we see shatters our fantasies. Stupid, lowly creature, Lee Angel said disdainfully, you are just our dogs in the human world. Since you are dogs, you should know that you are dogs. The Pope and the rest could not believe their ears when they heard that. They thought they had heard wrongly. Was this the God in their hearts? Human. Lee Angel seemed to have crossed space and arrived. He looked down at Yi Qin. You killed the angel of heavenly kingdom and trespassed into the holy land of heavenly kingdom. Aren't you afraid of angering the gods? Meanwhile, the 4 angels behind him looked at Yi Chen with killing intent on their faces. Their eyes were as cold as knives. So what if I'm angered? Yi Chen glanced at them and scoffed. I don't care how you enslave the Westerners, but since you dare to interfere with my business, today's outcome is destined. How dare you? As soon as he said that, the 4-winged angel who was as beautiful as a goddess behind Lee Angel took a step forward. Then she drew out chains that were as dense as a prison. Angel bind. The 4-winged angel's voice was emotionless as she chanted. A terrifying aura instantly spread out from the chains. A chilly wind howled and surged into the sky. Rumble, the cold chains let out a loud howl and pressed down on Yi Chen's head. It was like the hand of the Grim Reaper that wanted to take Yi Chen's life. However, Yi Chen did not move when he saw that. He allowed the huge chain to wrap around him. Fellow Yi, Zi Qingcang and the rest exclaimed subconsciously. The Pope and the rest had complicated expressions on their faces. Naturally, they were filled with hatred for Yi Chen. After all, he had killed many people from the Vatican. However, if it were not for Yi Chen, how would they have known about the so-called scam of heavenly kingdom? How would they have known that the God in their hearts only treated them like livestock? Just when the chain was about to pierce through Yi Chen's heart, Yi Chen moved. All of a sudden, he stretched out his powerful palm and grabbed the thick chain. Kacha! He pulled hard, and the iron chain instantly shattered. Even though it had shattered, these iron pieces still maintained their upright state, just like a long spear. Die! Yi Chen grabbed the top metal piece and stabbed it forward. He stabbed it directly into the 4-winged angel's head. Boom! The 4-winged angel's body exploded. Just like the Quan angel earlier, it turned into countless rays of white light. The series of events happened so quickly that no one could react. When they saw the scene, clearly, the world fell into dead silence. He killed a 4-winged angel with a raise of his hand. The Pope and the rest's faces twitched. A hint of shock flashed through the Strength Angel's eyes. He could not believe what he had just seen. Human, who exactly are you? Of course. I'm the one who killed all of you. Yi Chen moved, and golden blood energy bloomed from his body. He stretched out his golden hand and grabbed at the Strength Angel directly. Everyone was so shocked that they almost screamed when they saw that. Was Yi Chen going to fight 4 angels at the same time? One had to know that there were 2 6-winged angels among them. Their strength was not something the Quan angel and angel could compare to. How dare you? The Strength Angel laughed out of extreme anger. Human, I admit that you're very powerful, but you're making a huge mistake if you think you can fight against heavenly kingdom by yourself. In the next moment, a holy light flashed between his brows, and a long sword flew out. It was a golden long sword that looked like a cross, and its entire body was surging with holy light. Holy Cross Sword, Judgment, The strength angel roared, and the cross sword in his hand expanded several times. It was like a huge cross that was about 30 meters tall, suppressing the void. Under this cross blade, everyone, including the Pope, felt an irresistible pressure pressing down on them. End of this chapter. Chapter 1046. Plop, plop, plop. At that moment, everyone could not control their bodies. They prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with fear. Holy Cross! When the green ox in the distance saw this scene with adorable little darling on its back, a hint of solemnity appeared on its cynical face. Although he had lived for countless years, he had been sleeping most of the time. That was why he had escaped the calamity. Even so, many fragmented memories flashed through the depths of his memory. He vaguely remembered that this crossed sword had surpassed a spirit treasure. During the last great battle between the East and the West, it had killed many Chinese saints. Buzz, under everyone's gaze, a dazzling white light suddenly bloomed on the huge Holy Cross sword. The gigantic Holy Cross sword suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Subsequently, it flew out of the strength angel's hand and slashed at Yi Chen with a destructive force. At the same time, as Yi Chen moved, he clenched his right fist and threw a punch. Thunder rumbled, and the force of his punch skyrocketed. It seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth as it surged. In an instant, the attacks of the two collided. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound reverberated. There was even a shockwave that tore through the air and swept in all directions. Even so, the huge Holy Cross sword was not destroyed by Yi Chen's punch. Instead, it entangled Yi Chen as if it had a life of its own. Break it! Yi Chen threw a punch quickly. Each punch would force the Holy Cross sword back by 3 meters. The gigantic lightning fist made the Holy Cross swords glow dim. His physical body is too powerful. After everyone saw that, they looked at Yi Chen in shock again. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that he could resist the 6-winged angel's Holy Cross sword with his physical strength. Boom! A crisp crack was heard when Yi Chen's last punch landed. A crack had appeared on the Holy Cross sword. As soon as the crack appeared, it rapidly expanded, like a spider web that was spreading out. Crack, crack, crack! In the blink of an eye, the strength angel watched in disbelief as the Holy Cross sword shattered into countless pieces. Boom! The strength angel screamed in agony as his body was sent flying. The mark between his eyebrows exploded. Yi Chen was extremely domineering. He was so mad that he did not give him a chance at all. With a flash, he took the opportunity to attack. Not good. When the holy angel saw this, he immediately shouted, "This person is too strong. We must use the light of annihilation to destroy him." As his voice fell, a crystal scroll shot out from his body. Boom, boom, boom! Immediately afterward, a vertical eye split open on the forehead of the strength angel, holy angel, archangel, and ability angel. As the vertical eye opened, for beams of white light shot toward the huge painting in the sky. Buzz! As soon as the crystal scroll rose into the air, it quickly unfurled and transformed into an incomparably huge painting. It was brilliant and filled with killing intent, completely enveloping the entire ground. The rays of light made everyone on the ground tremble from the depths of their souls. It was as if just one of them was enough to make them unable to reincarnate and their souls dissipate. The next moment, thousands of rays of light converged and descended at the same time. It was as if a sea of lightning had descended, wanting to destroy everything. Under such earth-shattering might, everyone, including the Pope and Zi Qingsong, almost fell into despair. Holy sh*T, it's that thing. When the green ox in the distance saw this, it spread its hooves without saying a word and ran quickly with Meng Meng on its back. Crazy, these birdmen are really crazy. They actually condensed this thing. Are they trying to destroy the world? Master, we'll meet again in the next life. It's not that Nyo isn't loyal, but this thing has appeared once before. It was he who changed the situation of the last great battle between the East and the West. The green ox cried out as it ran. The rest also fled into the distance frantically, afraid that they would die in this terrifying white light. However, Yi Chen's expression was calm under such terrifying pressure. He looked up at the sky and took a deep breath in. Subsequently, he opened a golden palm and pressed it slowly and forcefully into the sky, as if he wanted to pluck the stars and moon. Boom! The terrifying light of annihilation landed on his body and destroyed his body crazily, as if it wanted to destroy him mercilessly. What *T light of annihilation? Hold on. The night demon armor revealed its perfect form and protected Yi Chen's body tightly as it roared. Yi Chen did not move at all. Emperor Brush appeared in his hand. As he waved it with the tip of his nose, a huge seal word appeared in the air. In an instant, the world returned to silence, as if everything had been frozen. The light of annihilation that was wrapped around him did not move at all. Even the huge painting in the sky stopped. What is this? The few angels could not believe their eyes. You dare to call it the light of annihilation with this? Yi Chen's mumbling voice sounded, causing the people who had fled far away to be dumbfounded. Devour! Yi Chen held the emperor brush and wrote a golden word on his left palm. Then his palm faced up. In that instant, all the white light gathered in his palm, like rivers flowing into the sea. Everyone's faces were blank, and they were petrified. Angel Li and the rest had terrible expressions on their faces. They could not accept this. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. You guys have already judged me. Now it's my turn to judge you guys. Yi Chen turned around slowly and smiled lightly at the four angels. There was a dangerous aura in his smile. Oh no! Angel Li's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this, and he wanted to escape without saying anything. Boom! Yi Chen attacked all of a sudden. He stretched his palm out and aimed it at them. The tens of thousands of rays of white light poured out like an ocean. No, the four angels' eyes were filled with fear. They roared in unison and channeled the holy light in an attempt to dodge. They knew very well how terrifying the light of annihilation was. If they were hit, they would definitely die without a complete corpse. However, under Yi Chen's divine consciousness that was comparable to a god transformation stage, Cultivator, how much could they do? Boom, 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 the tens of thousands of rays of white light turned into 4 torrents. They chased after one person each and swept past their waists. Among the 4 angels, the archangel and the holy angel were the first to turn into white light and disappear. They did not even have the time to scream. You'll regret this. Only the angel of strength and the angel of energy were resentful. When my master returns to this realm, he'll definitely make you beg for death.